Good evening, everyone. Let's do a quick mic check. And everybody who hears me wave. Hi. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you for coming to the annual and special town meeting in Norton. Hi, Rob. All right. As we get settled here, just a reminder, if everyone could please take a seat. There are plenty of seats up here in front and the middle, a few scattered in the back there, and then our right-hand side, or stage right, which is normally reserved for non-voters. We've pushed the non-voters to the back and back of the room, so anything that's in front of the last two rows is fair game. I just ask that everybody grabs a seat so I can make sure that I can get a proper count as we go through. All right. Without further ado, Mr. Mayor, would you be honored to honor us with the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, welcome to the annual and special town meeting. I am town moderator Jack Conway. Next to me is our town clerk, Jill Seppa. I feel like my voice just got very deep. I like this. Get used to that. Welcome, Jill. Also joining us on stage tonight are two representatives of your Finance Committee. We have Finance Committee Chair Sandy Allerhead and Vice Chair Paul Schleicher Sr. Hello, guys. I would also like to extend recognition to our state rep, Michael Chasen, who is in the audience this evening. Thank you very much, Representative. It's in the very dapper blue jacket there in the middle. Before we get into the rules of order for tonight, I have one final point to make. Tonight is going to be our town manager's last town meeting before he heads off into retirement. So if you could just take a moment and give a round of applause and recognition. Mike, thank you for the 14 years of service to the town. Do you want to say anything? No, I don't think so. All right, with those awkward pleasantries out of the way, I'd like to extend my gratitude to you all. Thank you for coming out tonight to participate in our legislative process. On behalf of everyone up here, thank you very much for being involved and making your voices heard. Now, one last item before we get into the delicious feast that is tonight's warrant. Let's make sure to review the ground rules. As always, this is your meeting, so please feel free to ask questions about the process, the articles, anything that comes along, right? We don't want anyone to be confused or not say anything because they think they're going to speak out of order. We're here as a community to help and engage in this process. So if you have a question, throw your hand up, make your way to a microphone. Sound good? Give me a thumbs up if that's good. Awesome. I have a lot of power here. This is delightful. All right. So we went over the seating question. If you are not a registered voter in the town of Norton, please make sure you're sitting in the back two rows up there on the stage right side. That way I make sure that I count your vote as you come through. If you wish to address this meeting, you must do so only after being recognized by the moderator. We have, I believe, one microphone this evening, which is directly in the middle there. Please make your way there, and I will do my best to recognize you. Knowing that it is a bit more densely packed tonight than normal, it's going to take people some time, so if you are making your way, feel free to throw a hand up, and we'll pause, and we'll just make sure that we don't skip over you. All right? When speaking, please identify yourself by name and address for the record. Please try to keep your statements concise, direct, and limited only to the matter under consideration at the time. All speakers at this meeting are going to be treated with courtesy by the moderator and everyone else in the room. No speaker is going to be allowed to use this meeting for personal attacks on any individual. All remarks will be directed towards me, and while I will allow questions to be asked of individuals, we're not going to deal with any cross-examination type discussions from the floor. In recognizing people to speak, I will endeavor to call upon those who have not yet spoken on a topic before recognizing those who already have. I will recognize motions to move the question, but if in my opinion there are still people who are waiting to speak who may add to the discussion, I will exercise my authority to ask them to withhold that motion until everyone's had their say. If a standing vote is required, you'll be instructed to stand at your seats until your vote is counted. If a ballot vote is required, I'm going to turn you over to Jill to deal with that. Good luck. If you wish to make any amendments to a motion, you must do so in writing and present it to Jill and I up here. Please prepare your amendment in writing and bring it up. If you are moving an article that has not been recommended and moved by the Finance Committee, you must also present that motion in writing. I remind you all that no motion to reconsider an article will be accepted until at least 3 articles following that article have been acted upon by this meeting. If the article is one of the last 3 on the warrant, you can move to reconsider them at any time. Please be aware that any article you act upon tonight can be reconsidered as few as 3 articles later. So please keep that in mind, that if the item that you're most passionate about is dealt with and you leave, it could certainly come back up before too long. There may be requests this evening to allow non-voters to speak on certain articles. This must be done by a motion voted upon by this meeting. While it's the right decision of the meeting to allow or not allow non-residents to speak, please keep in mind that they may have information to add to the discussion. All non-voters must approach the moderator if they wish to be heard. Can I get a motion to recognize non-voters to speak? So moved. So moved. We have a second? All right. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, non-voters can speak. Thank you very much. Now, without further ado, I would ask, Madam Clerk, do we have a return of the warrant?
Yes, we do, Mr. Moderator. I have served this warrant by posting attested copies at the Chartley Post Office, Norton Post Office, Norton Municipal Center, Norton Public Library, and I have served this warrant by posting attested copies at Chartley Post Office, Norton Post Office, Norton Municipal Center, Norton Public Library, and 3 other public places within the limits of said town, 7 days at least before the time of holding said meeting. Michael Mayer, Constable Norton, dated May 6, 2025.
Great, thank you very much. Just a reminder for the folks that are sitting in that, or standing in that central area, if you could try to find a way to make some seats, that would be great. All right. With the time now 7:20, we're going to pause the annual town meeting and jump into our special town meeting, because that's the way things work. So, Madam Chair, you ready to roll? So, turn to your special town meeting warrant. Oh, hold on. I'm being paged. I've been corrected by the town manager, who is taking this advantage to make me look bad in front of hundreds of my community members by forgetting what I agreed to mere moments ago. We are going to stick with the annual for an article or two to accommodate a guest speaker that needs to leave for another town meeting. So we are on fact on the annual. Okay. Article 2. Can I turn the mic up? Yep. How's that? Wonderful. Article 2. I don't think we have a new sound system tonight, so please bear with us.
Mr. Moderator, I move to approve Article 2 as printed in the May 19, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on Article 2 as presented in the warrant? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 2 as presented in the annual town meeting warrant, please raise your purple papers. All right, all opposed? Article 2 passes by majority vote. Article 3. Madam Chair.
I move to amend and codify the zoning bylaw as printed under Article 3 of the May 19th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant, and as further detailed in the document on file in the office of the town clerk entitled Part 2, Norton Zoning Bylaw, Chapter 175.
Second.
Will you just repeat that, Sandy? I think the audio level.
Can I read it again? I move to amend and recodify the zoning bylaw as printed under Article 3 of the May 19th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant, and as further detailed in the document on file in the office of the town clerk entitled Part 2, Norton Zoning Bylaw, Chapter 175.
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Mr. Griffin.
Yes, I'm Tim Griffin, Chair of the Planning Board for the past 5 years and nominated to present on articles tonight. Just noting, before I defer to council here, that the Planning Board voted 5-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you. I believe we have one of our special guest speakers tonight. So, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Mark Bobrowski. I'm a counsel for the Planning Board and the town in the recodification of the bylaw. My office is in Concord, Massachusetts. It's been my pleasure to work with your Planning Board over the last year and a half as we put together a document that I think simplifies matters here in town. Our first goal in a recodification is to make the bylaw conform with statute and case law. Lots has changed. Just for example, Governor Baker and the current governor have passed housing bills. Accessory dwelling units, for example, were in the second one. There's different provisions from Mr. Baker's housing bill as well. We need to put those into the new law. Secondly, a recodification addresses non-uniformity. If the bylaw says go left and the other section says go right, we have to reconcile those provisions, and we've done that. And third, we made it more user-friendly. The use table is modernized and up to speed, and it'll now be something that you can just skim with a finger to see what uses are available in various districts. The fourth thing that we did not do is touch anything having to do with MBTA. That's a separate article that I know you'll be considering later. I don't want you to think that this is anything to do with that. So there's a PowerPoint on the board that gives you a basic understanding of what we set out to do. I want to thank the town meeting and the moderator in advance. I actually have another town meeting in the town of Holden, also on Route 40, but an hour and 20 minutes away. And their town meeting is holding late hour for me, so I'm going to drive up there immediately upon leaving. So, as I said, it's to improve the usability, consistency, and legal defensibility of the bylaw. You'll see the bylaw has been completely reorganized. The chapter headings are much more usable, and they're expandable. For example, if you pass another overlay district like the MBTA, there's a chapter for overlay districts that will be numbered and located there accordingly. The elimination of conflicts is something I've mentioned. Probably on the omissions front, the most improved part of the bylaw is the definitions. We've gone from 5 pages to 15 pages, and virtually every term that's now incorporated into the bylaw has been given a workable definition. I'm sure your building commissioner will be glad to see that. Next slide, please. There's a comparison side by side of the existing bylaw on the left-hand side and the new chapter headings on the right-hand side. So you can see that there's 11 chapters. The definitions are located in the back. It's more or less in the shape of a glossary. If you need to see a definition, you can easily just find the back by thumbing to it, rather than having to hunt through the various pages in the interior as you did in the current bylaw. And you can see that we've merged many categories here. For example, floodplain district is now in Chapter 9, special and overlay districts for wetlands protection, marijuana, and your other overlay districts in town. Next slide, please. The accessory dwelling unit regulations are now consistent with what the state wants you to do in Chapter 48, Section 3A, Section 1A. We did check the bylaw as proposed with the State Attorney General's office, and the Director of the Municipal Law Unit, Margaret Hurley, corresponded with Paul Di Giuseppe. She said what we're proposing is consistent with the state law, so we hope to take that in mind. But this has been a housing initiative that the Governor's office has pursued now for the better part of a year. Next slide, please. The revisions include material that now complies with case law and legislative changes. So, for example, the last housing bill had a new merger provision. The old state law said that if you have a house lot with 5,000 square feet, 50 feet of frontage, it was available for residential use, and it was not held in common ownership with other land on the day it became non-conforming. You could build a house on it forever and a day. In its never-ending quest to allow for more housing, the legislature passed an upgrade to that, and now your bylaw will have this. It says that if you have two lots, even if they were held in common ownership, but they each contain 10,000 square feet, not 5,000 square feet anymore, they too can be built on, provided that the house you construct has a minimum of 3 bedrooms and 1,850 square feet of heated area. Again, this is the legislature is constantly pushing the envelope here to see if we can't get squeeze some more housing, even out of substandard lots in different situations. I'm trying to think of some other changes that we've made here. We did modernize your adult entertainment bylaw. I don't want to make too much of it. It was a little unconstitutional before, but we've now changed the spacing requirements from 1,000 feet to 500 square feet. The Supreme Court of the United States has said you must provide a reasonable opportunity for the speech, and we felt that 500 was a more reasonable opportunity than 1,000 feet of separation. So that's a change that I don't want to make too much of. And then the Village Commercial District, we've added design guidelines and standards for that as well. Next slide, please. These are the new standards for approving special permits. Special permit is a jump ball. The special permit granting authority can be either the Planning Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, or the Select Board, but only when any of them are designated. There's no forum shopping here. What we've added is a series of new criteria that ought to be easy to work with. There are the bullets on the right-hand side. Potential fiscal impact, the adverse effect on the neighborhood, social, economic, and community needs, traffic flow and safety, adequacy of utilities, neighborhood character, and impacts on the natural environment. I've worked in the better part of 130 or 40 cities and towns. Those are the exact criteria that were used to grant a special permit in Dedham when Legacy Place was approved. 18 months of hearings at the planning board worked like a charm. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. These are the issues that are going to be brought to the table. The experts are hired for the applicant, for the board, peer reviewers, and if neighbors want to bring somebody to the table, those are the kinds of experts that you would hire. Next slide, please. Use table and definitions. The use table has been completely modernized, as I said earlier. I think the committee, the planning board, did an excellent job at the end of dividing it up into different categories for the ease of the user. And there have been some uses added having to do mostly with changes in the economic climate. And this all aligns now with the current state law. Is that the last slide? One more. There's the use table. The use table before was shown on the right-hand side. I'm sorry, the current bylaw is on the left-hand side, residential, open space, agricultural, commercial, and industrial. And now it should be easier to find what you're looking for because we've got it divided up into roughly 12 categories. Everything from industrial to marijuana-related uses to vehicle-related uses have their own category, and you can find what you want to, what you might propose or what you think your neighbor might do. The final slide, I think. Is that it? Thank you. I'll take any questions. I know that this is a quick run through, but with me as town planner and chairman of the planning board, we do our best to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. So, any questions, please make your way to one of the microphones. I see no movement towards a microphone, so... Oh, yeah, one. Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions. I also rise against this amendment.
If you could just give your name and address, sir.
My name is Jim Shabbat. I live at 56 Mansfield Avenue. With deference to Attorney Bobrowski, who my understanding is one of the best land law attorneys in the state of Massachusetts, I have a couple of questions. I guess the biggest one is the things that we are doing to comply with state law regarding non-conforming lots, regarding the new accessory dwelling law. My understanding has been that we don't need to contain these things in our zoning bylaw, that we are able to utilize the state law to achieve our means. If we codify them within the zoning bylaw, they will then have to change every time the state law changes. If we leave them out, then we can just use the state law. There's no requirement they be in there. Would that be correct?
Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. I think it's better advised to put it into your local bylaw. Just as an example, solar energy systems. The statute says that a solar energy system can't be prohibited or unreasonably regulated except to protect health, safety, and welfare. There's a long way to go in terms of what possibly can be regulated other than that very brief statement of state law. So most towns have said, we're going to put you on site plan approval, and we're going to make sure that in doing so you have a fence, you have a safety, aesthetic protection of the neighbors, things of that sort that are not really reflected in the state law. Same thing would be true of the ADUs. If you're following the ADU regulations and you don't have other provisions, housekeeping provisions, there are none. In other words, if you don't put them into your local bylaw, the state's not going to help you.
Correct. And I guess my other concern, not a question, but a concern, and actually a big concern, this is a huge ask. This is a bylaw that changes our entire town. It's lengthy, there are a lot of moving parts, there are a lot of pieces to it, and I went and pulled the agendas from the planning board for 2024. The word remand appears on their agenda 45% of the times that they met. Now, for those who don't understand it, the word remand means that the planning board made a decision, people took them to court, the court said the planning board was wrong and sent it back and said, fix it. I have to say, I'm not comfortable at this point changing the zoning bylaw based on that. It's complicated. It's far more than we can absorb and understand tonight before we vote on it. We're voting on this based on trust, and I don't believe that track record justifies it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Joe Cogliano, 202 Bay Road. Well, I think it's obvious by the slideshow that we're talking about major changes to the bylaw. Now, my understanding was that recodification was just to reorder or format the bylaws and not to amend them. When I look up the definition of recodification in the Cambridge Dictionary, it says the act or process of arranging something, such as laws or rules, again, into a new or different system. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of examples of the major changes that are going on and how, in my opinion, things have been backdoored to change our zoning bylaw. First is under the Earth Materials article, Section 9.1, Purpose and Intent. It is now being changed to Section 7.1.1, Purpose. This is a key sentence. The intent of the article is to ensure that the operation will not decrease the value of adjacent property, and that land from which earth and material is to be removed is left in a state of no less value than prior to the commencement of the operation. So this article is about large earth removal. But what's happened is with the recodification, they have removed the language, will not decrease the value of adjacent property. Now, don't you think if you're next to an earth removal operation, that would be of concern to you? Let me give you another one. This is under the floodplain. Now, I mentioned this to Mr. Giuseppe as late as March 4th of 2025. The online version of the floodplain bylaw is missing this language. This is under section 13.9. If the town acquires data that changes the base flood elevation in the FEMA map special flood hazard areas, the town will, within 6 months, notify FEMA of these changes by submitting the technical or scientific data that supports the changes. Then it goes on to say notification will be submitted to FEMA, essentially. So this means that when you make a change that affects the floodplain, you've got to notify FEMA. That language, one, is missing from the online version of the bylaw, and it's been missing for 2 years, which both the planning board and Mr. Di Giuseppe were notified of. But two, it's not in this change. So that's either purposely done or another error. Here's another one. We now have a new noise standard in the town that we didn't have before. Under our existing bylaw, there is no noise standard. We basically rely on the Mass DEP standards. Under section 6.5.5 of this new recodification, the proposed development shall not unreasonably interfere with the reasonable use and enjoyment of property within the town as a result of generation of noise, etc. Here's the key, under section 1, limitation. No person or entity shall operate or cause to be operated any source of sound in a manner that creates a sound level of 10 dBA above ambient, as set forth in 310 CMR 7.10, measured at the boundary of the property line, etc. The point is, that's a new bylaw, that's a new amendment that this handful of people have decided, without going before the public, to determine what they want. In the town of Stowe-Mass, for example, it's 3 dBA, not 10 dBA. And it isn't just the level of the noise, it's the pure tones that really drive you crazy. I know this myself because I've been to an experiment, hearing sound levels at 1, 3, 5, 8, and 10 dBA. And it's the pure tones that are like Chinese water torture. Let me give you another one. What I'm trying to say is this stuff should be brought bylaw by bylaw to the public so that they can go over it. Now, we just saw that the definitions went from 5 pages to 15 pages. Definitions are one of the key methods in order to change documents while pretending you're not changing documents. Here's the new definition for solar energy system. Solar energy system, a system designed for the collection, storage, and distribution of solar energy for space heating or cooling, electricity generating or water heating, etc. The following definition shall apply to large-scale ground-mounted solar voltaic installation. Well, what's the problem there? The problem is that's backdooring battery energy storage into the town. Solar panels don't store energy. All they do is absorb sun, and then it has to be distributed. The battery systems store energy and then redistribute it to the grid. We need a separate bylaw regarding battery energy storage. Why? Because it's incredibly dangerous. These battery systems, you cannot eliminate the risk from thermal runaway with the systems. How do I know that? Because I spend tens of thousands of dollars with an expert who advises the US Navy on this stuff when I was fighting that system near me. So we need our own bylaw for that. Here's the key here. It is taken, and the gentleman before me mentioned a lot of this stuff. He was a lot shorter than I am. It has taken decades of involvement by townspeople to create these bylaws. Is it fair to their needs and the rights of these people to change them completely in one night? In my opinion, this recodification of the zoning laws is entirely inappropriate and contrary to the best interests of the people of Norton. Proponents of this should show change line by line at the town meeting before people vote on something. If a zoning bylaw needs to be changed, it should be changed one bylaw at a time versus in its entirety. It is not reasonable to assume that people are going to compare 157 pages of one version of a bylaw line by line with another version. People need to know what they're voting on. This is a revision of the zoning bylaw. It is not a reorganization. I think the bylaw is too important to be dealt with in this manner. I ask you to please vote no on this article. I believe that the proposed bylaw has significant backdoor changes to the zoning bylaw. Personally, I think it's disgraceful. I don't think this ever should have come before the town. I think we deserve better. Thank you.
Our guest speaker, if you'd like to address any of those points before we move.
With all due respect to the speaker, the recodification of a zoning bylaw, and I've done it in 120 cities and towns at this point, never involves no change. Everything is potentially a change, and when the state courts have spoken and the state legislature has spoken, those changes are more or less incumbent upon you. You have to recognize them, or else you're hopelessly behind the times. So much of what we've done in the fashion of change is with that in mind. I would say at the end of the day that, first of all, we did create models of the bylaw that clearly identified what was being changed. Yellow was the code for new text, black was existing text, and strikeout speaks for itself. And I'd say that we did that through at least the first 4 or 5 drafts of the bylaw. At that point, the changes became quite minor and easier to follow. As far as the diminution of property value in the earth removal provision, the state courts have spoken. Protection of property values is not a legitimate goal of zoning. There's 2 Supreme Judicial Court cases that say that now. One is Standerwick versus the town of Andover in the context of 40B, and the other one is Kenner versus the town of Chatham, in which the courts have said that protection of property interest is beyond the interests of zoning, except where something more major happens and it's connected to it, kind of like a horse and a carriage. So if the traffic is really bad and the property value goes down, it's okay to complain about property value loss in that context. But to just complain about property values as a reason why zoning should not occur next door to you, for example, a decision made next door to you, the courts have rejected that. In fact, I argued a case at the appeals court just last year, Pobeda versus Watertown Planning Board, and that was the key issue, whether or not protection of property values could stand alone as a protected interest. The FEMA regulations have changed because FEMA changed, and we were provided with a different model. The noise regulation that was cited is the state standard, but if you wait for the Clean Air Division of DEP to come around and enforce it, you'll wait a long time. Whereas if you adopt it locally and there's an egregious problem, you can enforce it tomorrow. So that's the reason why we typically put that into the bylaw. I don't intend to go into everything. The Attorney General has ruled that battery storage is a solar energy system for the purposes of that state regulation, and now you have to take that into consideration as well. So this is just the modernization of the bylaw. I think probably the section that we changed with regard to what you would call new standards would be the performance standards section, which is, I believe, section 6.5. But there was a lot of discussion about that, and remember, we've been doing this for the better part of a year and a half. We held a workshop meeting, we prepared various iterations of the bylaw that were online and available to anybody to look at, and we held a public hearing at the end of the day. Here we are tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
My name is Val Cabral. Sorry. I live at 50 Mansfield Avenue. One thing that I would like to say is that there is a reason that we elect certain boards in this town to do certain functions. We have trusted those people to have our best interests in mind and to understand the laws, frankly, better than any of us do. And we also have a lawyer who is telling us that he's done this a zillion times. You have to abide by state and federal laws and all of those things. I think that we should trust experts is my unfortunate conclusion that I'm trying to get to. The other piece is that we have 15,084, as of at least the last election, registered voters in Norton, Massachusetts. How many people are in this room, do you think? I don't know the capacity of this auditorium. This is actually pretty good turnout for something that doesn't have an override on the warrant. But this is not the majority of the town. And the reason that we elect a planning board and a zoning board and all of these different positions is so that those folks can make decisions. I understand that certain folks who have shown up in this crowd of 200 to 300 people, maybe, have certain views, but we are ultimately talking still about a very small group of people from the town making decisions for all of the rest of them. And all of those other people, plenty more people voted in the last election even, despite my disappointment with its turnout, than are in this room right now. And those are the people who elected your planning board and your select board and your school committee and everyone else who's sitting here. So I personally think, I understand that folks tend to have concerns about things being snuck in the back end, but if we can't get more than maybe 200 or 300 people to show up to a town meeting, how many do we think are going to go line by line through our zoning bylaw? The reality, the unfortunate reality, is that most people don't actually care that much. And I'm glad that some folks do, but I do wish that we would respect the fact that this is a 1.5-year process. There was a public hearing. How many people turned out to that public hearing? Do we have a number? 10? Probably. So to my mind, better to do these things when we have experts and when we do have folks trying to educate people, because this has happened with a number of articles in the past. Public hearings happen, workshops happen, and you get a turnout of 30 people, and that's supposed to be great. So I love the idea. I understand that some people really do care. But the idea that anyone in this town is going to go through this entire zoning bylaw, line by line, and actually know what it means and care about it, versus the people we elected to do that in a representative government, is a little bit silly to me.
Mr. Griffin.
Yep, Mr. Griffin from the Planning Board again. I just wanted to note that this article was also recommended by the Select Board 5-0 and the Finance Committee 10-0.
Thank you.
Good evening, William Francis, 66 Plain Street. In all deference to the good lady that just spoke, anyone who wants to come to a town meeting can. That's their decision whether they want to be here or not. It's not a question of, we have people, experts, who are going to represent us. The other portion is, I agree with Mr. Cogliano that this is huge, and the other gentleman, this is a lot to digest. I think this should be looked over and examined more closely instead of just saying, well, we have to pass it before we find out what's in it. So I would suggest that once again we vote no. Thank you.
Yes.
Debbie Winston, 77 Elm Street. I'm just stating to Val that a great many of us do not trust our leaders in town. They have gone through the back door in very recent past history to the detriment of our town. And to pass such a comprehensive thing at this time, with this approach, I beg you to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Gouveia.
Hi, Bill Gouveia, 111 Maple Street. This is the system of government that we have chosen to make our major decisions. I understand the concern about not wanting to make major changes all at once, where very few people turned out to public hearings, very few people studied it, very few people can recite exactly what's going into it. And I do understand that concern. I also understand that in about an hour, we're going to vote on a $78 million budget. And I'm sure everybody here has studied where every single dollar of that $78 million is going to go. But I'll tell you, I don't know, and I'm willing to bet that most of you don't know. And with as much credit as you all deserve for coming out here tonight, I think that we have to understand this is how our government works. To simply breed mistrust because we don't like what some boards have done is not only to undermine that board, but it undermines the people, it undermines the system, and it doesn't get us anywhere. What you're being asked to do by some is to simply stay put. Because God forbid we should change. God forbid we should be in line with the state laws. If you don't do this, you're going to have less control over your own situation than you will if you do it. So, Think about it, folks. Is this much different from when you're going to vote on that budget in about an hour? You trust your town officials every day, and when you don't like them, you kick them out. I know, you've chosen me and you've kicked me out. So I understand how the system works pretty well. This is what we need to do. Don't be scared by those who, say that somehow all this magical study is going to happen. People are going to flock to those public hearings that 10 people went to before, and we're going to get this done. This is the decision-making process of the town. This is what the people have chosen. These are the people that you and everyone else elected. Let the system work or change it.
Joe Cogliano, 202 Bay Road. The bottom line is these bylaws represent your rights in this town. And you've got to decide whether you want the magic show that we got tonight or whether you want to decide how to change each one of these bylaws. Because there's a lot of talk here tonight about this and that and what the AG's office says and that. The AG's office is not right all the time. They say what they want to say to promote their policies. Think about that. Think about your rights. Think about the rights of the people that are coming after you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Warren Siegel, 28 Connie Road. I would like to say they did hold a public hearing, and I think I was the only person who attended.
If you could just get a little bit closer to the
Sure.
microphone.
I was the only person that attended. I was following this process for several months. They did put out red line copies, and to the board's credit, I think I sat there for 2 hours, and they sat there and listened to every comment I had, and they made adjustments. Not everything I wanted to see changed, but I got to give them credit. They spent their time, and if someone who really had a question as to what's in that, they had the right to go there. I was there, and I had some questions, and they were more than adequate in terms of responding to what I had to say. And I think that's what our job is as members of this community. We can't come here, I've seen these bylaws before. I was on the planning board. And for you to ask this body to go line by line through those bylaws is ridiculous. There's no way you're going to be doing that. And as we said before, we appoint these professionals. And if you don't like them, you appoint somebody else. But the reason we do that is because they're going to make those decisions. They spent over a year going through this and different subcommittees going through different provisions in it. And they also hired this counsel who's excellent in terms of his preparation. We're looking at changing and updating our bylaws, which when I was trying to work with them, were crazy. They're now codified in terms of understanding them. They're updated to comply with the state laws, and I encourage you to support this recodification. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Well, I see no one else in line to speak. So, without further ado, we'll move to the vote. This article requires a 2/3 majority to pass. So, all those in favor of Article 3 as presented in the warrant, please raise your hands for the vote. Thank you. All opposed? I'm going to do that one more time because that's pretty close. All those in favor? Okay, all opposed? Article 3 passes by 2/3 majority vote.
Can we do a standing vote? 16 people. Standing vote, anybody interested in standing vote? 16. Standing vote.
Is there, would somebody, if there's a question for the group, move to a microphone, or else we'll move on?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Is there a motion to be made, or are we?
I'll second it, Joe. Yes, can we have a standing vote?
we have a second? We need, I think, 16 folks. So if you want a standing vote, please raise your hand. All right, so we'll move to a standing vote. All those in favor of Article 3, please stand. Keep asking to stay standing until we're done. Alrighty, you may be seated. All those opposed, please. You may be seated. Give me a minute to do some quick math. Okay. The results are 187 for, 90 against. So Article 3 does pass by 2/3 majority vote. Article,
I request a secret ballot vote.
okay, secret ballots require a second, and I'll defer to the... All right, give us one moment to...
Yeah, we're gonna do a ballot. I don't know if it's funny, but I think we're gonna do a ballot and not counting. All right. When we ever put it down, it's two-thirds to have
Quick point of order. Our bylaws require that 15 people ask for the standing vote. So we have one from Mr. Cogliano. If we could get anyone else that is interested in a ballot vote, to please stand up. We have more than 15, so we'll proceed with the ballot vote. So give us a minute to work this out. Not here. Not here. Okey-dokey. So here's how this is going to go. This is my first time, so thank you for treating me to something new. Our wonderful volunteers are going to go around and pass out little voting cards. They say, oh. Okay, so our volunteers are going to hand out little ballot slips. We'll say Town of Norton, yes, a checkbox, and a no checkbox. To be clear, voting yes is in favor of Article 3, no is against. You will get those ballots. Please bring them to the front. You will have ballot boxes here. Our staff will then take those and get them counted, and we will hold until we get those results. So please bear with us, and we'll get back to business as quickly as we can. Hey, everybody. Our staff is ready to pull the ballot box. Just want to make sure that everyone's had an opportunity to drop off their ballot. If you haven't, please make your way over to Jill and Ruth over in the corner there. Because the article will remain open, we do have to wait for the count to come back in. So we'll kind of continue on in a recess until that point. All right? results of the ballot vote. 192 in favor, 117 against. Article 3 does not pass. So, with that, we will move to the special town meeting. The articles for this are the last 3 or 4 pages in your packet. Yes, Steve.
Hello?
Yes.
Steve Washoe, 30 Waltham. Just to double check, the count is much higher now?
Yep.
Is that like, according to matches the count in the room, no extra ballots or anything?
Nope, we cross-checked that with how many people have checked in. There were a few blanks as well, so everything seems to check out.
Awesome.
Madam Chair, you ready to roll? All right, in the special town meeting, Article 1.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to pay the following unpaid bills incurred in the prior fiscal year using $630 from free cash. From account 001-192-570, Municipal Building Department, vendor Encore Fire Protection, for monitoring fees in the amount of $630.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for Article 1 on the special town meeting. Because this deals with a prior year payment, it does require a 9/10 majority to pass. So any questions on this bill? Seeing none and not seeing anyone making a move to the microphone, all those in favor of Article 1 as presented, please raise your hand. All opposed? Article 1 passes by unanimous vote. Article 2. Article 2. Article 2 is declared lost for lack of a motion. Article 3.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to amend the vote taken under Article 6 of the May 13, 2024 annual town meeting by increasing appropriations for certain line items, and to do so by transferring the amount of $108,935 from free cash, $70,000 from account 001-911-570-5172 to account 001-132-502-5780, and $20,000 from account 001-911-570-5172 to 001-910-570-5173, as set forth in the Finance Committee's recommendations and in the chart accompanying same as printed under Article 3 of the May 19, 2025 special town meeting warrant.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Mr. Town Manager, could you do us the honor of explaining this article for us?
So this article is to supplement line items for this current year's budget, and $1,400 is for the Finance Committee's recording secretary. The $103,723 is for snow removal, and $3,812 is for interest on a short-term loan for a window project. All those are coming from free cash. And then down below, $70,000, that would go into the Finance Committee's reserve fund. We have $34,000 in the account right now, but we have about a month and a half to the end of the fiscal year. Either way, it would close out to free cash if it's not used by the Finance Committee in the reserve fund, or it would go back to free cash. And $20,000 is for Medicare. This expense is, will be close, but we don't know until we do the lump sum payment
for all the salaries at the end of June. So those two last two items, the 70,000 and the 20,000, are being transferred from what was appropriated for unemployment insurance.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions on Article 3 as presented and explained? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 3 as presented, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? Article 3 passes by majority vote. Article 4.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to amend the vote taken under Article 4 of the May 13th, 2024 Annual Town Meeting by increasing appropriations for certain line items, and to do so by transferring the amount of $10,065 as follows. From charges and expenditures, 061-450-570-5244, to debt and interest on long-term debt, 061-450-594-5925.
Second.
Motion and a second. Mike, would you once again? Thank you. I can only make you get your steps in a few more times.
Okay. This is just a transfer in the water department budget to cover interest payments.
Thank you. Any questions on Article 4? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All opposed? Article 4 passes by majority vote. Article 5. Article 5. Article 5 is declared lost for lack of a motion. Article 6. Article 6. Article 6 is declared lost for lack of a motion. Article 7. Article 7. Article 7 is also declared lost for lack of a motion. Article 8.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to transfer from water retained earnings the amount of $175,000 and approve Article 8 as printed in the May 19th, 2025 special town meeting warrant.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Mike, if you would do us the honors.
So this article is to appropriate $175,000 for needed upgrades at the water treatment plant and the wells for the water and sewer department.
Thank you. Any questions on Article 8? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 8 as presented? All opposed? Article 8 passes by majority vote. Article 9.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to approve Article 9 as printed in the May 19th, 2025 special town meeting warrant, and as funding therefore to authorize the treasurer with the approval of the select board to borrow the amount of $6 million pursuant to general law, chapter 44, section 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds and notes of the town therefore.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Looks like we have a guest speaker. So Mike, if you want to introduce.
Mr. Moderator, Steve Peterson from Western Sampson would like to speak on this article.
Great. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mike. Many of you, hopefully most of you are familiar with the different iterations of this article. I guess it's been before town meeting previously, and we're back here again tonight. And the scope is different than the last one that was voted on. So if you go to the second slide. And I already did it wrong, didn't I? All right. So I think it's important to understand what the scope of this project is now, what it includes, and maybe more importantly, what it doesn't include, what it no longer includes. This is an infrastructure improvement project on Elm Street, water and sewer infrastructure improvements. So it includes 4,500 linear feet of water main improvements, which is the entire length of Elm Street, from Reservoir to Route 123, East Main. And then it also includes 2,900 feet of force main pipe. This is going to be a dry line force main from the property at 47 Elm Street, down Elm Street, across East Main, and out to the existing sewers on Pine Street, near the intersection of Fillmore Drive. So it's the, it includes no gravity sewer, which is the big difference from the previous iteration. The last time we were before you, we had the entire length of Elm Street had gravity sewer. We had a municipal pump station, and we're providing service to everyone along Elm Street. This one no longer has any connections for the properties along the way, which also means it has no betterment assessments to any of the properties along Elm Street associated with the sewer, other than the property at 47 Elm Street. The budgeted cost for this project is $6 million. We need to do some, so we had a project design and ready to go. We have to do some redesign and rebid the project, but we'll be ready to go fairly quickly. As we've discussed in previous presentations on this, you know, the real driving force, the only driving force behind this project is the property at 47 Elm Street. I'm sure everybody is familiar with the old Reed and Barton property. I was basically identified in the 2021 master plan that the town did as a priority economic target area. And the master plan also identified that infrastructure investments were required in order to promote economic development, not only in this area, but in other areas of town. The town pursued grant monies towards these infrastructure improvements, and that's the other thing that has driven this project to date. The town received grant monies for the design of the system in this area for the water and sewer improvements. And while we were doing the design, they also submitted and secured grant monies towards the construction of the project, a significant portion of the cost of the project. And that's why we're continuing to try and move some form of this project forward, to utilize these grant monies and leverage them towards providing the infrastructure to that property that will potentially give it the ability to be developed so that something can be done at that property. It's been in the state that it's in now for quite some time. There is a developer pursuing ownership. They still are not under agreement. I know my understanding is they're going for their financing in June, and one of the keys to them being able to get financing is that there's a plan in place for there to be infrastructure at the property. I think it's important to note, you know, because a lot of people want to know what is going to be built there to bring the infrastructure, and we don't have a definitive answer to that now. What we do know is that there's a lot of remediation work to be done at that property. For someone to take ownership of it, take it out of receivership, they're going to take on a lot of costs just to get it to the point where they can develop it. And the infrastructure improvements are necessary to be able to do that. So regardless of who develops it or when, it's important to know that the infrastructure improvements make it more marketable for that, to be able to do something. And that's all that we're trying to do right now, is use the grant monies, leverage the grant monies to improve the infrastructure. So the total anticipated cost of the project is about $5.5 million to $6 million. So the article is for $6 million. It includes, you know, not just the construction, but all the things that come with it. You know, police details, oversight of the work, as well as a contingency to make sure that we have enough money, that we're not coming back and asking for more. The big question is how we're recovering that money. So, assuming on the high end at $6 million. So regardless of what the cost of the project is, we have $3.5 million in grant money that comes right off of the top. So more than half of the cost will be paid with the grant. For a portion of the water work, that's being done that isn't used, the grant monies aren't used for. The town, the water department would use the water enterprise fund money that's accumulated in there through the ratepayers, and that's what this money is for. The water enterprise fund is to improve the water mains in town. And then a portion of the cost will be recovered by the betterment assessment that again would only be assessed to the property at 47 Elm Street. And we have estimated numbers in there. Those are based on the full amount. If the costs come in lower than the $6 million, those numbers come down. The grant stays the same. So just basically, if we were to get support tonight, things would move quickly because we are under a timeline to use the grant monies. We have until the end of June next year to expend the grant monies. So we would move right into that final design and be in construction by the end of the summer, with construction completed by next year. Again, construction of, so now we're just talking about pipeline in the road. You know, new water main, and the new water main is needed to provide the proper pressure and fire suppression for anything that will be developed at that property. So I think pretty basically, why I support the article. We do think it benefits the entire town to just try and do something to make that property developable. Like I said, it's a priority economic target area. If the town can get somebody in there and build something, expand the tax base, that helps everybody. But most importantly, to get that project improved. It's hazardous, it's dangerous the way it is. Something needs to be done out at 47 Elm Street. And again, the infrastructure is just the first step. And it seems like a necessary step based on nothing has happened to date out there without the infrastructure. If it doesn't get approved tonight, I guess the biggest thing is that it's only going to get more costly. You know, this $3.5 million grant, and I will say that's one of the, you know, so that's through the state, through the MassWorks program, and that's one of the largest grants that they've given out in the last 5 years. So we're hoping that the town will move forward and utilize that grant to bring this infrastructure to that property. And that's what I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Open the floor to questions. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Jim Shavit, 56 Mansfield Avenue. I'm wondering if I could possibly maybe rearrange your numbers just a little bit to make this a little more palatable to the people here tonight. If I remember right from past discussions, the water main portion of the project was between 2 and 2.2 million. Is that still valid?
It's changed. I mean, based on the actual bids that we got, it's a little bit more than that. I mean, we have to put it back out to bid now, but yeah, so the water main's more than the, so it's flipped now. Before the sewer was going to be significantly more than the water.
Oh, so it might be better than I think.
Now the water is more than the sewer. I think the water is like, estimated like 2.5 to 3.
Well, my understanding was that the water department believes that we need to replace this main one way or another. It's part of their plan.
Ultimately, yes.
So they would like to do it.
It will be done eventually.
You're showing $1 million coming out of their money.
The water enterprise fund.
So they gain $1.5 million, according to what you're saying now.
Yeah. Yep.
So basically, the $1.5 million betterment, because my big concern all along has been the developer's going to come, they're going to say, we bought the property, we're ready to go and everything, but we just ask one more thing, we're not going to pay the betterment. And I think we can all see that coming. That's how it usually works. So what I'm seeing here tonight is if $2.5 million is the water main, and we're going to spend $1 million, we're saving $1.5 million. Hopefully, we'll get the $1.5 million in betterment. But if we don't, we're not losing $1.5 million. Would that be correct?
Sure. I mean, so the $1.5 million is assessed to the property.
Correct.
So you're saying now?
Well,
so it's a balancing act, right? So you're a developer that's coming in, right? And so there's a price tag before you just take ownership of this property, there's a price tag to clean it up. And they also understand that they can't do much of anything with that property without the sewers. They can't put anything in the ground. So now there's an addition, so we're trying to find that balancing act. So yes, now there's, we've brought the infrastructure to you, but yes, there's an additional cost.
I understand that.
All right.
But the natural way of proceeding is you show up and you say, okay, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I can't pay the $1.5 million. Nothing's going to happen unless you forgive the $1.5 million. And it's going to hold us over a barrel. But what I'm saying here is, if they pay the $1.5 million, then we're getting $1.5 million of the water main paid for. If they don't pay the $1.5 million, then we don't save anything on the water main, but it didn't cost us more than it would have.
Correct. We could leverage more of the water.
So
it's just about how you then you.
I guess what I'm saying is this deal doesn't look as bad as it did.
Then I'll stop debating with you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Steve Warshaw, 30 Montcalm Road. I want to kind of reiterate what I said at the last meeting, and just to get a clear answer. So right now we're being asked $6 million for this project to hopefully get a 150-unit apartment building. I think everybody in the room wants this property cleaned up. I don't know if everybody wants an apartment building. What is the estimated cost of cleaning up the land ourselves? And is it less than the $6 million being asked of us right now?
I don't know if we have anyone here that can speak to the cleanup costs.
In one of the plans before, it estimated 2 or 2 something.
Okay.
So
without any grant monies, so you wouldn't have any grant monies for that, and that would be 100% on the town, the taxpayers. Like we've got all of this. So yes, it's more to do this. Correct. It is. It's more, but the way the costs are leveraged, again, the grant money is a big piece of that in order to put this infrastructure in, and what you can do with the property. And again, we don't know what's going to get built there right now. We know we have a conceptual plan from somebody that has expressed interest in the project.
So if we remove the grant, we're at least playing with $2.5 million. Is that correct?
What do you mean?
The grant's $3.5 million, or we're $6 million on top?
Yeah, $3.5 million is what it is. And the project's
And is
probably
that-
less than $6 million. I mean, yeah, probably more in the $5.5 million. But
So it's going to cost us at least $5 million. That's what we're saying. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. So is that enough to cover cleanup? Is there an estimate for that? Do we have any idea of what it would cost for us to do that? Have we?
Yeah, I guess not. No, I don't.
That's not been brought up? Nobody's thought of what it would be to do this? It's been sitting there for 15 years now anyways, 20 years? We don't know how much it would cost for us to do it?
Doesn't appear that way.
I don't have any. You guys have anything?
Mr. Town Manager.
It was never our intent to clean up the site, so we don't have any idea on what the cost would be.
So,
We don't own the property.
so if the costs are high, let's say it costs 10, 12, $50 million to clean up, whatever, the developer's not going to do anything. We've spent our money and they're not going to touch it.
Well, the developer has told us they're confident it's not going to cost them that much money.
So they're confident it's not going to cost us that much money then. They're not going to put their money on it.
We're not.
If they're confident they're going to be able to build there.
Right.
They have a lot more to risk than we do. It's our town. They're going to come here if they believe they can do it. They think their estimate's going to be $2 million, $3 million to clean up, according to their report.
I can't tell you what their final number is.
I think we should consider it.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. Mr. Town Manager.
I just want to emphasize again, we don't own the property. If the property wasn't being developed, we wouldn't have any of the grant money. The grant money is contingent upon economic development, so, we couldn't clean it up for what they could. They could do it a lot cheaper than we could.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. William Francis, 66 Plain Street. I have a question with this betterment. So if we run the sewer line through and the new water main, specifically the sewer line, the people along Elm Street don't have to tie into that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they can't tie into it. It's a force main, and it's not designed for residential connections along the way. It's just for the one property.
Well, personally, I've run across this already, and it seems to me that this would be illegal. We didn't press it that far, but the bylaw says you can't just pass a bylaw that's on the town. The law says that if an improvement comes through, if they run a sewer line in front of your property, you have to tie into it.
A collector sewer. Yeah. This isn't a collector sewer. It's not intended to collect. It's not a gravity sewer intended to collect.
It doesn't specify that in the bylaw, because I worked to have the bylaw changed. It doesn't specify any sort of discretion by the water department or anyone else in the town that it's arbitrary, and they can say, oh, we'll just put this here instead, and that alleviates that problem. This is sort of a moot point, that you're stressing to develop this again using that strategy. I can tell you right now that if you attempt to do this, then I have some neighbors who had to tie in under the threat of a fine of $100 a day if we didn't. Then there'll be, I can't speak for all my neighbors, but I know they're very unhappy with it. And we'll take whatever action we can to make sure that either this is stopped or the people will have to be forced, just like we did on Plain Street, to tie into the sewer.
Mr. Town Manager?
I just wanted to remind you that the people that have to tie in on Plain Street are where the gravity sewer is. The other people on Plain Street where the force main is can't tie in. And the same things that the previous proposal down Elm Street was the gravity sewer, which would have required the residents to tie in. This eliminates that, as a vote of the town meeting did not want to do that. So this is the alternative. It's just a force main to that property.
Once again, Mr. Eunice, thank you very much, but there's nothing in the bylaw that says that the water department or anyone else has the arbitrary decision to decide that this is going to be done, or the force main will be installed instead of a gravity feed. It doesn't say that at all in the bylaw. It just says that if the sewer line runs in front of your property, you have to tie in. That's it. So I would suggest that everyone vote no on this, just on that part alone. But the other part is that we've discussed this previously in March, and everyone voted it down. And I guess if you figure you can change the price on it, and also basically bypass the town bylaw, that you'll get by this. The other thing is that we've run into this situation already where the town refused or did not want to build the new town hall on this property because of the contamination. Now that's telling in itself. The other point is Attleboro has the same problem, where they had a factory leave, the land was contaminated, they had the EPA come in, and they spend millions and millions of dollars of cleaning it up, and it's not suitable for living. And the EPA has to come back on a regular basis to check the contamination levels in the soil. Also last meeting, the gentleman came in and he said that the best thing that he could do based on his experience is to cap the land and just perhaps put a park there. Because that would save a lot of problems in the future with the contamination of land. That's the second point. So I would suggest to everyone here to vote no on this. Thank you.
Mr. Town Manager?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone, this was not voted on in March. What was voted on, as I talked about earlier, was a gravity sewer line down Elm Street that required everyone on Elm Street to pay a betterment and tie in. This was not voted in March. This is a new proposed article, new development.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kathy Rodrigues at 27 Elm Street, and I've been to most of the meetings that we've had over these years, it seems. But it's my understanding it's $3.5 million grant is only, it has to be if you put some residential housing on it. Is this correct? Isn't that what we were told? As part of the grant, the developer had to provide some housing. Within that
yes,
footprint.
that's what was the leverage for the grant, was the potential of what this property could be. And jobs and housing are two key components of the grant program.
All right.
Creating jobs and creating housing.
So the developer who currently is interested, they want that 140, 160 apartments, which I think some people still don't understand. There's going to be a couple hundred more people and cars on that street coming into the center of town. And I just wanted people to be clear on that. And actually, I would have preferred that, not that it was 100% that I wanted to agree with the first proposal, but with this proposal, we're still having the problem of digging up the entire street for months so that we'll be inconvenienced, and now we don't have any ability to tie in if we wanted to because it's a different type of a sewer now. So I just want that to be clear in people's heads too, that this, you know, as much as I would like to vote for it, I think it would be more of a headache if we have so many more people and cars in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slattery.
Jim Slattery, 36 30 Street. The gentleman from Weston, to clarify, the figures that you put up there were $6 million you're asking from the town, but you're also saying that we're going to get all that money back, correct?
So, yeah, you get it. Well, it's a $3.5 million grant, and then some money for the water work will be paid through the Water Enterprise Fund, and then an assessment for the property at 47. So, yes.
Okay,
That's
the
how it's
answer
all
is
being
yes.
recovered. Yeah.
I'm not here to defend the contractor, and I'm surprised she's not here, but I will tell you she has a history of building on hazardous material land all over the state. When we planned the senior center and town hall there, you can cap that land. Her plan is to put commercial on the first floor. Nobody's living there. You put a 10-inch concrete cap on the land, commercial on the first floor, 4 floors, although she'll have to come before everybody in town and they'll complain about 4 floors, but 4 floors of living space. So it's a viable construction project to get the land on the tax rolls. My specific question, well, I have 2 or 3, but one would be, in the past presentations, the contractor was going to make donations to the town towards the cost. You didn't figure any of those in?
That's, I mean, at this point, that's the better. So there are no donations associated with it right now.
So she she drew back those donations?
I'm not familiar with what the donations.
Okay, so nobody's talked about it. My second question, and this is not a reflection on you unless you did the last sewer project, but the last sewer project this water department did went 200% over cost. They came back to this town meeting 3 times in a row for money. And that's probably the biggest thing I'm worried about is your company or corporation or whatever, have you done the proper research to see if there's granite or rock? Because we're known as the rock capital of the world here, and every place you dig, you'll find rock.
Yeah.
And that'll bring the project way over budget. Like I said, the water department has a history of going 200% over budget. They'll be back here asking for $1 million every 6 months, and that's the thing that scares me most. I agree with the project. I'm not worried about traffic through the center of town. You know, that supposedly the traffic study committee and everybody else is trying to figure out how to straighten out the traffic through the city of town, through the center of town. But I think we need that project. We need that on the tax rolls. And I think we ought to let somebody in town. We can't stay a small town forever. Thank you.
Mr. Gouveia.
Bill Gouveia, 111 Maple Street. I've got to tell you that turning this down would be so Norton. It would be a silly thing to do. Not many remember, but I know Mr. Kimball will remember, back when we were selectmen back in the 70s, 80s, when dinosaurs roamed the earth. There was a piece of property, it's still around, it's known as the Chapac property. And it was contaminated. It was the old Attleboro landfill. And there were lots of questions of what to do with it. And somebody had the idea and convinced Board of Selectmen, you know, which we were on at the time, that, and town meeting eventually, that we should, you know, take charge of the property and we should then go about trying to clean it up, because it'd be so much easier if the town were cleaning it up and so much easier to control. And that thing sat there contaminated for 40 years, Bob, I'm guessing. It used to be my family joke that my tombstone would say, Bill Gouveia never saw the Red Sox win the World Series and never saw the Chapac property cleaned up. And that's because towns don't do that well. So cleaning it up is not, trying to clean it up is not a good idea, because until you go in there, you are never 100% sure of what's actually there. And once you take charge of it, now you own it. You've got it. This project is a win-win. It's, the grant money is, you know, grants, I don't know if anybody's heard about the politics going around, but grants are kind of rare these days, and they're not gonna last very much longer. And if we don't take it, I guarantee you somebody will. And we should not want that property to stay in the shape that it's in another day, if we can help it. I've known that property forever. I've lived in this town for a long time. My grandfather used to work in that building when he first came to this country back in the, I don't know, 30s or 40s. That place is a disaster waiting to happen. This is a plan that gets us some housing, that cleans up the property, that puts the onus on a private concern instead of the public, and maybe best of all, we never have to talk about this at town meeting again.
Yes, sir. Gavin Cabbage, 64 Freeman Street. I also volunteer on the Finance Committee, but my opinions are my own. I'd like to respectfully disagree with some of the previous speakers and their comments about building a park or why the town didn't put the town hall there. I think neither a park, as much as I love parks, nor the town hall they don't generate profit. So I think the financial calculations there are completely different. Private developer trying to build for-profit housing. They're hoping to actually make some profit on top of the costs, and I think that it's a different situation. So that was, you know, the reason the town wouldn't put a cost center of the town hall somewhere that already costs a ton of money makes a lot of sense, but it's a different story. I'd also like to say the town has had 15 years or so to clean this up and build a park there, and we haven't done it. I don't see any reason why we would suddenly do it now, and I think we need to take a small and reasonable risk here to get this property cleaned up. So please vote yes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Richard Plum. I live at 9 Mayflower Road. I just wanted to speak out and say I appreciate the environmental issues. I appreciate the financial issues. But I have a serious issue with 150-unit housing in a quiet, individual home neighborhood. I don't think that the traffic, the number of cars, all of those issues are appropriate for that area in town, which I drive down frequently from where I live, quietly down the street, add another 150 to 225 cars to that street, I'm against it, and I invite anyone else who would like to vote no with me.
Mr. Moderator, I just wanted to say that there has not been any proposal brought before the planning board, so that any number of apartments is speculative. We don't have any project that's been brought to the planning board, and it will have to go through the planning board.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Sampson, 90 Newcomb Street. I just want to bring light to the fact that regardless if we know of how many apartments may or may not go in, that's added cost to our infrastructure. We're already struggling with our police, our fire. We are not, it's coming up and later on the fact of we're not even making enough that we'll have to cut and delay responses in our police, but also our school system. We are at a 12% and we are above state average on what our class sizes are. We have 23 to 25 kids per class, and being a teacher myself, that's not doable. It's so hard to catch students up, especially when our data shows that 38% of our students are at proficiency for reading, and 39%, if I'm remembering my numbers correctly, for proficiency in math. And that's due to large class sizes. We need to be able to bring that down. Also living in that area, the number of cars coming in. We already have 4 stoplights between the 2 at 495, the 1 at North Washington. This would require another one if we're bringing in apartments, because again, you're looking at a minimum of 140 cars, because that's gonna be 1 car per unit. Again, we don't know numbers. However, if you're looking at 140 to 160, you're looking at anywhere between 140 to 320 cars going through that area. That requires another stoplight and another inconvenience. The traffic is already horrible coming out there, because I do cut that way if I ever need to go to the side, Attleboro side. And trying to get out of Elm Street at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you are waiting, and you are waiting, and you are waiting. And I'm just, again, thinking about our children, thinking about the environment, for the fact of, again, money could be put better to our water department. I'm very thankful that $175,000 was just approved, because I'm still waiting on the manganese levels to not be toxic, because I was given, or high levels of manganese on water, because I was notified when I was pregnant with my child, basically don't consume the water because there's high levels of manganese. I had my child in 2015 and I received a postcard that there are still high levels of manganese in our water. So before we add more to our overstretched infrastructure, let's think about that, please. Thank you.
Nick Schleicher, 40 Northwester. I make a motion to move the question.
All right. So I'm going to ask, there's a few folks that have not spoken behind you. Are you willing to pause on that until we let the speakers that have not spoken say their piece? No. No? Okay. All right. Sorry, folks in line. The question has been moved, so we move right to the vote. Nope. All right, sorry. 2/3 majority to move the question, which means debate is over. We go right to the vote. So all those in favor of moving the question and going to the vote, please raise your hand. Opposed? The question is moved by 2/3 majority. Okay. All those in favor of Article 9 as presented in the special town meeting warrant, please raise your hand. All opposed? Article 9 fails to achieve 2/3 majority. With the end of the special... Standing vote? We have 10 people All right, so we have 10 people to do a standing vote. So the town clerk has sworn in our polling staff and checking staff to assist with the counting. So let's get them in position, and then we'll ask for folks to stand. Yep, so... all right, they're on their way. a very busy night. Good to start our standing count. All those in favor of Article 9, please stand. Remain standing. You may please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. All right, please be seated. Thank you to the staff for helping us with that count. In favor, 180, against 112. Article 9 does not get the 2/3 majority, it fails. Sorry, what was that, sir? Yes, 180 in favor, 112 against. So article fails. That brings us to the end of the special. We will resume our annual town meeting. Adjourn the special town meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Siegel.
Warren Siegel, 28 County Road. I'd like to move to advance what is currently Article 17 in the warrant for the annual town meeting regarding the proposed new bylaw and amended zoning map to provide for the new multifamily mixed-use overlay district to immediately following Article 3 regarding the amendment and recodification.
So, sorry, Warren, one moment. We need to adjourn the special, so can I get a motion to adjourn the special town meeting? So moved, seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right. Special town meeting is closed by unanimous vote. Warren, so I believe you are requesting to take an article out of sequence?
Yes, I'd like to move Article 17 to follow immediately after Article 3.
Okay. Mr. Baer, is that a majority vote to reorder the articles? Yes. Yes, okay. So there is a motion to take Article 17 out of order and approach that first. First of all, do we have a second? We have a second. All right, so a majority vote is required in order to take this article up next. All in favor of taking Article 17 up next, please raise your cards. Opposed? All right, Article 17 is moved up the order.
Madam Chair, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I'd like to move an amendment to Article 17. I have it in writing for you.
I just have to open it first and then we'll get to you.
Okay.
Article 17. Madam Chair. Can we get the microphone on for the...
I move to approve Article 17 as printed in the May 19th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we have Mr. Javits up there with an amendment.
Yes. Should I bring that up to you?
Please do.
So just to confirm, we vote on the amendment before the presentation of the main article, is that word?
I have copies. I don't know how to distribute them, but I've got 100 copies if anybody wants to see it.
Is there a digital copy by any chance?
I don't have a digital copy.
So if we can get some volunteers to help pass out some of these sheets for folks, we can follow along.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Hi, Bridget Carr, 113 Oak Street. Just to clarify, we vote on an amendment to an article that has not been presented?
That is the order it came up. I will ask Mr. Javits if he is okay with having the planning board present the article.
Let's do the amendment and then we can get to that.
Okay. So, yes, the amendment comes first, I guess. All right, so after consulting with town council, the planning board is going to present the article as shown in the warrant, and then we will take up Mr. Chavitz's amendment, which was passed out. So that way you have the context of what is the difference between the two proposals. With that said, Mr. Griffin.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, I'm Chin Griffin. I was chair of the planning board for the last 5 years, and I'm now the vice chair. I was nominated to present this article tonight. If we can get the presentation up for the MBTA library. So this is a continued discussion around the bylaw to allow Norton to comply with the state's MBTA communities regulations signed by Governor Baker in 2021. There have been various court cases and rulings, but the short version is the town is required to comply by July of this year. We made a proposal to fall town meeting in October. Here we go. And had additional community engagement following that, and we're now back to tonight. If you're on social media, there have been a lot of keyboard warriors talking about this already, but I'm going to go through what I have here. In the fall, we proposed a vacant parcel along Mansfield Avenue for this overlay. We heard comments from town meeting to avoid vacant parcels like this, strip any kind of hypothesis for development, and overall, get more input. Since that time, the planning board and town staff have held more than 20 events with different community groups and boards, along with a public open house where attendees could voice their opinions. And that doesn't count all of our meetings, since it's been a near constant agenda item between the last time we were here. But in case you participated in any of those, here's the background. The state's requirement, Norton qualifies under these regulations as an MBTA adjacent community because we are adjacent to MBTA transit in Mansfield and Attleboro. So under the state guidelines, we need to pick 50 buildable acres, taking out any wetlands or other items, and allow by right development, which means it's not a special permit, of at least 15 units per acre with no age restrictions. On paper, the number that creates is the capacity for 750 units. And that's before developers get to deal with setbacks or any of the guidelines we'll get to that are in the article. That 750 also does not account for any existing construction on the site. So it is not 750 additional units, despite what you might have read on Facebook. The rules also say it should be suitable for families. But the way that's enforced is just that it can't be subject to age restrictions like an over 55 community. We can't say who will or will not move anywhere. In general, the data says that multifamily housing is less popular with families with children. For example, 274 East Main Street has 188 units and 29 school-aged children. Will every complex behave the same way? No, but it's data. In terms of mechanics, the overlay sits on top of base zoning, and the property owner can choose to build under either option. It doesn't require the town to actually produce the housing, provide for infrastructure for it, and it doesn't require the owners to do anything or sell to anyone if they don't want to. All that is required is the zoning to allow the development in theory. More than half of the municipalities in the state are required to comply, and at this point, 119 have. Towns which are not in compliance by the end of the year will be ineligible for a variety of grant programs where the town has used before, including the MassWorks grant, which we tried to use for the sewer project. In discussions with other towns, the state has essentially said non-compliance is a factor in all discretionary funding decisions from the state. At one point, they even included it in a grant application around fire department equipment. But they removed the requirement from that program, in my opinion, because they look really bad about it. But they can and will tack compliance onto any discretionary state program that they want to. The courts have been clear. A lot of people have said they disagree with the state mandate here. I don't necessarily disagree. They also say that adding more multifamily units is a burden on the town, and we should take action against the state. We'll talk to the financials in a bit, but ultimately, the decision on whether to pursue action against the state or something like that is a decision for the select board or a decision for your state representatives to change the law itself. Planning board's responsibility is to get us compliant, even if we don't like it. So how do we approach this? A bit of background, what is Norton's housing situation? This is data from the Mass Housing Partnership. If you look at it, residential construction in recent years has been trending down. And when we think about supply and demand, reduced supply makes supply prices go up. If you look at the value of your home over the last 7 or 8 years, it probably looks like that. We want Norton to be a place to be you can live and work. It's a community where you can see your neighbors relaxing at Bog Iron, eating wings at Wendell's, or cheering at the Little League fields. But the shift has made housing in Norton a lot more challenging for many to afford. If you look at the salary for a Norton teacher, it's less than half of what the median rent in Norton would be. You need to buy a median home in Norton. The expectation is for it to be affordable is to have a household income more than $120,000 per year now. So, with that said, what did the Zone Planning Board do? I mentioned we had an open house where people could look at different maps and note where they thought this bylaw should be cited. We took a variety of inputs. The end results was the top 2 qualifying areas have been combined into the overlay that's in front of you in the warrant. Both of them are largely built out with little vacant land. We also looked at areas where multifamily already exists and where redevelopment might be more challenging, including reviewing the value of each parcel and compared to the value of the building on top of it. So site number 1 with this overlay is the Norton Glen. It already has 150 units, which are under an affordable housing contract with the state until 2033. These properties, if you've been near them, they're nearing the end of their life. And with redevelopment on the longer term horizon, we felt putting the overlay here might allow for something here, which is not just another 40B. Under the state's compliance model, if you bulldozed everything to the ground and rebuilt to the maximum capacity, you could theoretically fit 243 units here on paper. So the potential net impact would be 193 units. If we assume school enrollment similar to 184 West Main, it's a bit less than 30 new students. Do we know the future? No. It's just an estimation. The other half of the bylaw is other portions of Mansfield Avenue. It has 164 existing units, and if you raised everything, combined it into one parcel, and built it back up, the model says you could potentially fit 441 units. Of the 29 acres shown, existing commercial buildings, plus the new 40B project next to McDonald's, account for more than half of this acreage. We don't think many of those are going anywhere. While there are existing multifamily properties here, this is actually all zoned commercial. The overlay will make those existing quadplexes conforming uses, while also making it available for commercial uses under the existing zoning. The existing fourplexes are owned by a variety of different owners, which in theory would make more large-scale development more challenging. If redevelopment happened, it would likely be a couple of times and likely be limited by the smaller lot sizes. We also looked at a variety of other parcels in town. The one which generated the most discussion, just to reset the numbers there, I forgot which slide it was on. We also read a number of other parcels in town. The one which generated the most discussion was Red Mill Village, with the idea that it would be unlikely for anything to be developed there. Ultimately, we did not choose to go forward with this parcel for town meeting. Roughly 60 residents of Red Mill Village showed up to our meetings and specifically voiced their opinion against that approach to us. We listened. With the bylaw language, we worked to promote smaller multifamily types rather than limiting the development to larger buildings. One amendment was proposed at fall town meeting, I think it would be similar to what Mr. Chabot will be proposing in a minute, would have required a minimum lot size of 90,000 square feet. That would mean that the smallest building, if something was done, would likely be a 30-unit apartment building, leaving no option for a smaller, more neighborhood concept. We decided not to go in that direction after discussion amongst the board. We also looked to encourage mixed use and affordable housing components to try to keep us above the state's 40B requirement while also generating additional tax revenue from commercial options. We listened to feedback from past sessions and removed any density bonus and simplified the language in general. We do still include the option for top-of-the-shop options. If we can get commercial development like shops in these areas, better for revenues. Here are some of the key dimensional requirements built into this overlay, which has gone through the state's compliance model. Let's see, right there. There we go. So you can look here in terms of 5,000 square feet minimum lot size, maximum height. All of this allows us to be compliant with the state's compliance model. What does 15 units per acre looks like? Here's a few examples from in town. There's one from Barrows Street, one from Reservoir Street. Both of these are the types of buildings you could, in theory, see in an overlay that allows for 15 units per acre. So let's look at the financial impacts. We've talked about that a lot already tonight, and I promise I'm getting close to the end. We understand developing new units makes people think about whether it'll create a new burden on school costs or other town services, and I get it. I can't tell the future, but we can look at what other towns have done when reviewing their own bylaws. 4 towns we found paid consultants to study the financial impacts of the bylaw on them. All of them on paper, and these reports were also provided to the Select Board and the Finance Committee, came with a positive impact on town finances. Mansfield's consultant did 3 different scenarios showing 3 different levels of development, and all of them showed as a positive net impact. Do I believe this is going to turn into some kind of financial windfall? No. I'm a cynic. But these studies do give me the confidence to not treat it like the sky is falling, and hopefully treat it as a net neutral. Hopefully. Ultimately, the state's requiring us to comply. Looking deeper into schools, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council did a study and found no relationship between new housing development in multifamily and school enrollment increases. They found that enrollments were generally more driven by turnover in single-family properties. So let's close it out here. We are required to comply by July of this year with potential grant and funding restrictions if we don't. Again, this bylaw doesn't mandate the construction, only the opportunity for development over the long term. So if anything is developed, we feel like the dimensional requirements we laid out allow the opportunity to promote properties which are well designed, encourage mixed use and affordable development. So a yes vote allows this overlay in exchange for access to these programs. It doesn't change the fact that Norton's still majority single family, but it does provide opportunities for housing development. I've said before, people may feel like we need more housing in town. I've also said, would we be talking about this at town meeting if the state wasn't requiring it? And I have said no, again and again and again. Ultimately, the state is asking us to comply. A no vote means that we will not be compliant with the state and we lose access to potential grant funding and open us up to potential legal action by the state down the road. So thank you for listening. I know Mr. Chapman has an amendment here. And I'll stay up here in case there are any further questions. So.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Mr. Chapman. Before... Does everyone who would like a copy of the amendment have one?
I
Do you have any extras going around? All right. Thank you for sharing. Mr. Chapman.
I had offered a similar amendment the last time this came around. It was based on the planning board article at the time, and it was said to be too complicated. I listened. It's now just 1 page. It's simple. The difference remains the same. It's methodology. If the state is going to require us to do it, we can either do it with open arms and encourage more housing, as I believe the planning board article as presently written does, or we can discourage it. What we can't do is make it impossible. A couple of things that I had issue with the planning board article is, at present, the Norton Glen property, which I believe is probably a good location to cite this, The present article would allow buildings to be built in between buildings, and additional buildings could be added there. The project could be built out under current conditions. They're under a charter with the state. It was state-approved affordable housing. They could just build extra buildings and build it out without changing anything. This amendment requires that buildings be sited on individual lots. That would prevent Norton Glen from being built out immediately. They would have to wait until their charter with the state expires. So that would give us protection that I believe we should have. The same thing on Mansfield Avenue. You would not be able to buy one fourplex and throw up a 15-unit building. You would have to buy two and combine them. So the whole idea is methodology. Do we want to welcome this with open arms and let this housing come in, or do we want to make it a little more difficult? The other thing I've added in here, the affordability requirement, the planning board, I believe here, is it 15%?
We're at 10, but I'll
10.
speak to that.
Okay. So the planning board article is at 10%. My amendment puts it at 25. The reason for that is, if you come in and build a bunch of big apartment buildings, you have to give us 25% affordable units. That prevents a 40B from coming along down the road. It basically exchanges one protection for another. So the whole idea is Norton first or the state first. And I'm saying we need to consider Norton first. The only other thing I would speak to are the financial studies. We can argue about studies until we're blue in the face. Everybody has a different methodology. I've heard all the arguments for, I've heard all the arguments against. The bottom line is the state of Massachusetts Division of Mandates has already made a ruling that this is financially detrimental. They've made a ruling that this is an unfunded mandate. So this is settled. There are currently, I believe, at least 4 towns that are in court now saying that they cannot be required to comply until the state pays us for the unfunded mandate, because according to the strictures of Proposition 2.5, the state cannot make us do anything that's going to cost us money. They've already ruled against themselves. We're waiting for the court to act. So my thought is we can comply, put Norton first, or we can just vote the thing down and wait for the lawsuits to be settled. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Griffin?
You have a question for me? I have some comments about your language.
Oh, I don't mind.
And then we'll go to the folks that are standing.
So, I'll say thank you, Mr. Trapp. We did see a copy of these in advance. So I just want to say that we did share Mr. Trapp's proposal with SERPED, it's our regional planning agency. Mr. Trapp, we also passed this back to you. I believe you received it earlier today. They do not feel these requirements will meet the state guidelines, and a number of things that I'll call out. All of the properties in the 2 areas would be non-conforming due to the frontage requirements that you have laid out. The requirement for 25% affordable unit is actually non-compliant with, because the state's maximum is 10% under 3A. If you'd like, I have the link to 3A right here. We can pull it up and go to page 6 together. But no, 10 is the maximum the state is required, because I would have done the same thing if I hadn't read that section. And in general, it doesn't allow for any mixed use, so we can't get any commercial dollars off the top. But the long and short of it is our regional planning agency did do a build out on the state's compliance model with Mr. Chapman's conditions, and we would not be compliant. So I would not be in favor of the amendment. If you don't want to vote against the main article, feel free to vote against the main article as you wish. But I do not feel that even if the amendment was passed, I do not believe we'd be compliant, and we would be back here again asking to undo it.
Thank you.
Just a quick response. On the compliance, Circuit is simply wrong. No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. They are looking at the minimum lot size requirement, and they're saying that the current lots aren't the correct size. No zoning bylaw considers what the size of the lots are. A zoning bylaw tells you how big they have to be, and then you find land, you combine land, you do what you need to do to come up with it. Sir, I don't know where they came up with that thought.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, thank you for having me. Good evening. My name is Matthew Argans of 246 Old Taunton Ave. I stand before you as the chair of the Economic Development Commission. I have the great privilege of speaking on behalf of this team. It is my pleasure to report that our team unanimously endorsed this MBTA community initiative. The EDC and its members are dedicated to connecting, advocating for, and building a resilient Norton business community. We believe a Norton MBTA community will be a pivotal factor in developing and broadening the tax base, while stimulating business opportunities through smart mixed-use facilities. It is my pleasure to speak on behalf of the EDC, this team, whom I represent, in support of the Norton MBTA community's initiative to achieve a more prosperous Norton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, can we keep the comments on the amendment at this point?
Pardon me?
Can we keep the comments to the amendment at this point?
Yes, thank you. I was going to make that clarification. So we are, because of the way town meeting works, we are discussing exclusively Mr. Chavitz's amendment to the main article. So with that said, yes.
Hello, my name is Val Cabral. I still live at 50 Mansfield Avenue. Does everyone know what SERPED is? Okay, that's what I kind of thought. So SERPED is a regional planning agency that serves our area. So it is in addition to, I'm sorry, I can't do this. In addition to our planning board having decided that all of this was the way to go, SERPED is also saying, ooh, I don't think that your amendment complies. I'm actually surprised because I had seen it and I thought bits of it didn't comply. But if it went to SERPED, that is now not just our planning board saying this amendment would not comply, but the actual planning agency for this part of southeastern Massachusetts is also saying, hey, this amendment would not comply. Are you a regional planning agency?
I have in the past served as the Norton liaison to SERPED. I can tell you that the criteria that they used is faulty. It's as simple as that.
Under what qualification? I am concerned that you are asking us to trust you over a regional planning agency and the planning board that did all of this. That's all I would like to know.
I'm not exactly sure what your question is.
Sorry, my question is, where is the expertise that you are telling me that SERPED, which is a planning agency with a number of professionals who do the work, it does have to do with the amendment because I want to know who's telling me.
Okay.
I would like to know why he is telling me SERPED is wrong.
I might be able to answer that. I don't want to put town council on the spot. But the criteria being used is that the minimum lot size under this amendment is larger than many of the lots in the areas that are selected. And what they're saying is that the lots as they exist could not be built on. And what they're saying then is they're not available for building. What I'm saying is that no zoning bylaw considers the actual lot lines on the ground. They determine a size, and it would be up to the builder to assemble enough land. So I guess my question for town council, is that a fair assessment? I know. I'm sorry.
Mr. Fair, if that's something you feel you're qualified to weigh in on, please do. If not.
So, the planning board, for purposes of the MBTA zoning, did not utilize our firm, so I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of what the planning board has done, what they discussed with SERPED, what SERPED advised, what the state has advised. My understanding, though, is what has been presented to you has been vetted by the respective agencies, which are going to make ultimately a determination whether Norton is in compliance or not. Or that information will be at least considered by the Attorney General's office when reviewing your bylaw to determine whether you're in compliance or not. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair generalization.
So to answer the gentleman's particular question, I'm not in a position to do that. I wasn't involved in the
I figured it'd be this right, but I understand.
Thank you.
So I guess we don't have an answer. I guess you'd have to decide if you think that,
I'm deciding if I believe in Serped or one person. That's the only thing that I wanted to.
okay.
Please hold.
Which would also
Almost there, everybody.
on Wednesday. I don't know, first time I've ever done this here.
Alrighty, gang. We are just having all sorts of fun tonight, finding the edges of town meeting. Alrighty. I know we're getting a little bit punchy, but let's try to bring it back in. So what that conversation was about was clarifying that Mr. Javits' amendment was not changing the overlay location. The overlay location remains as presented in the main article. He has amended his paper to make that clear. So in terms of the validity of this amendment for town meeting, this works because it's making things a bit more stricter. It's not changing the location. So we can move forward with that amendment. So just needed to clarify that. Mr. Sweeney.
Mark Sweeney, 14 Laurel Lane. Jim, what is your current title right now? And what do you do for a living? Since you're, and I'm speaking to the amendment.
Okay, I'm a builder and a developer.
So you've been a developer for how many years?
36.
36. You've gone through all kinds of towns, and Norton, as a matter of fact?
Yeah.
That you've been building?
Roughly 100 houses.
Okay, so you've read many of Norton's bylaws, other towns' bylaws, so that you could develop within those different towns?
Yes, and I've also written a decent amount of Norton's bylaw.
So you were a member of the planning board for how long?
For 10 years.
10 years. You were chairman of the planning board?
I can't remember, it was either 3 or 4
So
years.
I know we're kind of trying to get to the qualifications of Jim and his piece here, so we're just trying to walk a fine line. I understand.
You were the chairman. What? You were the chairman of the planning board.
Yeah, it was either 3 or 4 years.
Norton's biggest growth spurt, I guess you want to say, you were right there in the middle of it? And a representative to Serpide like myself at one time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. I find you very qualified. Thank you.
All right, next in line, Mr. Welch. And again, I think we've established the credentials of Mr. Javits, so let's focus on the amendment as he has presented it. Thank you. Rob.
Hey, Rob Wells, 341 Southwester Street. Just first I want to speak to a question that wasn't coming back here. People were surprised. Apparently there are people looking to pounce on an idea I had suggested before involving Red Mill Village. So I'm just going to tell you, that idea is not coming here tonight. Just to clarify, we did hear, or I did hear, the people that came and spoke at the meeting.
Oh, so.
And no, this is about the amendment.
But it's got to be about this.
It is.
Amendment. Okay, let's get to it.
Can I go? Okay. No, I was asked to, there was a discussion of that being brought in as the floor amendment for tonight. I just want to give them that background. I did not participate in anything like that. I was going to be surprised if it showed up. A little bit dismayed. So this was the ask that they go find another way than putting it on Red Mill Village.
So
to accomplish the goal.
nothing about this has anything to do with Red Mill Village at the present time?
No, but it is about the amendment and how it came to be. What to say?
Get to the amendment.
I just referred to it. Can I go on, Jack?
So
So the amendment, okay, that he has presented is the outcome of being asked to find another way to put it on Red Mill Village. I just want the folks here to understand that's what he has presented.
So, but I think that's the issue here. Red Mill Village is not in.
I got to be able to say the words Red Mill Village, Jack, without people freaking out. So I'm talking about his amendment.
His amendment does not change the location of the overlays.
And I'm not suggesting it does.
So therefore, Red Mill Village is not in the scope of this amendment piece.
I'm not suggesting it does. But there were people wondering why my own idea of putting it on Red Mill Village wasn't showing up. And so I'm just assuring them that is because I declined. I did not want that happening here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, giving you that background. This is his way of finding another way to do it. So that's what you're hearing. The amendment is finding another way.
Okay. So again, just for the sake of clarity, the amendment that Mr. Chavez proposed here does not change the location of the overlay from Norton Glen and Mansfield Ave along 140. That stays the same, correct?
The location remains as presented.
Thank you. Gavin.
Hi, Gavin Cabbage, 64 Raymond Street. I just wanted to comment. Mr. Chavez has claimed that zoning bylaws don't care what parcels they're applied on, so Serpent is wrong. The thing is, we're not trying to comply with a zoning bylaw, we're trying to comply with a state law. So whether or not we're compliant with that is completely up to the state and the courts eventually, I'm sure. So I think at that point,
Correct, and I
doesn't
can
hold
assure
water.
you that there's nothing in the state law that refers to lot lines. There's nothing in the state law that would require that a zoning district...
The state law requires the opportunity for housing. If you provide no opportunity, you have not complied with the state law. It's that simple. And we'll go to court, I'm sure. And this town will lose a lot of money.
You were, I'm not sure, you pretended to ask a question. The answer is that this does not prevent, this does provide the opportunity that any zoning district would provide for the housing. It fully complies with the state law. It does exactly what the state law asks.
So, I think that I understand what Mr. Chavez is saying, and I understand what Serpent said. So let me just get some background here. And Jim, if I'm speaking from what you're not thinking, please correct me. We provided Mr. Chavez's markup to Serpent, our regional planning agency, who ran it against the state's compliance model, which is, for lack of a better vehicle, an Excel spreadsheet with a whole bunch of formulas that the state created. That formula does use lot lines. So, under the state's compliance model, which Serpent ran, it is not compliant. Whether the state would accept Mr. Chavez's logic, not using their own form, is a discussion. Is something that would need to be considered and evaluated, and it's a question mark. The provision about affordability is against the plain language, which I pulled up on screen from the state regs. Ultimately, Serpent, who's our regional planning agency, said this would not comply. I would again say, if you like the amendment, if you don't want to vote against the main article, don't vote against the main article. In my opinion, we risk not being compliant if we approve the amendment and move forward with it, even if it passes. So that's my opinion. And Jim, if you think I've adequately explained the differences between the models, you can... Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you,
we
gentlemen.
believe Jim accurately addressed the differences.
Okay. Wonderful. Mr. Schleicher.
Mick Schleicher, 40 North Worcester. Can we please move the question?
Okay, so we're having all sorts of fun with the minutia here. So Mr. Schleicher has moved the question on the amendment, not the article itself. So it requires a 2/3 majority to move to the vote for Mr. Chavez's amendment. If we do not get 2/3 majority, the discussion on the amendment continues. Okay, everybody clear on that? Clear as mud. Okay.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah.
Does the vote to move the question on an amendment require a 2/3 because the vote requires a 2/3, or does it just require a 2/3 all the time? A motion to move the question.
For those who couldn't hear, Attorney Fair said a vote to move, or motion to move the question requires 2/3 at all times, regardless of the article. Okay, so all in favor of moving the question to vote on Mr. Chavez's amendment for this article, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay. So the 2/3 majority has moved the question. we are now voting on the amendment itself. If the amendment passes, that then becomes the main article, and we debate the article on its merits with that amendment. Okay? If it does not pass, then we go back to the article as printed in the warrant. Okay? All right. All those in favor of making the amendment made by Mr. Shabbat the main article, please raise your hands. All opposed? You don't need to do a standing count for that. So the amendment does not pass, so we now jump back into the main body of the article, Article 17, as presented in the warrant. Conversation continues. Yes, sir.
Nick Schleicher, 40 North Worcester. Can we move the question?
So,
we haven't spoken about this article yet. Tim presented it, and nobody has spoken about it.
yeah, there's been no discussion on the main article itself. So, moderator's discretion, I think we do need to have some conversation there.
Come back.
Mr. Colagliano.
Joe Cogliano, 202 Bay Road. So this issue involves two things. You either oppose it or you comply with what the state is requiring. The objective of the state's requirement is to solve, in my opinion, is to solve the city of Boston's housing problems by moving the problems into the suburbs. When we look at the proposal under 9.7.1 purpose, smaller housing types provide more affordable income-restricted housing, compact, neighborhood-scaled mixed-use development. To me, that sounds like low-income city living. That doesn't work with North, in my opinion. Also, I'm not aware of the affordability requirements under the current regulation. In terms of the 750 housing units, I think that comes from 15 units per acre times 50 acres. I think that's where that number came from. Now, if we look at a number like that, there are approximately 6,558 households in Norton. An additional 750 units would be 11.4% increase in the number of households in Norton. Now, some percentage of these are going to be low income, in addition to the fact that Norton is already at its 10% limit under 40B. So do we have to comply with what the state is trying to impose on us? No, we don't, and other towns are not. The last time I looked, these towns were Milton, Hanson, Middleborough, Norwell, Marshfield, Wakefield, Middleton, Holden, East Bridgewater, Marblehead, Foxborough, North Reading, Freetown, and Tewksbury. My understanding is they're looking at federal court. I see this as a usurpation of local rule. So my view on this would be that we should fight it and not, essentially oppose it. Now, if the town doesn't want to oppose it for fear of loss of grants, which I would say lose the grants, I'd rather keep the character of the town. But if the town wants to comply, I suggest that we turn this around from the state threatening the town to using the regulation to solve problems. Since the main threat by the state is removal of future grants to the town, we should use town property to comply so that the town will benefit from the future sale or lease of the property, instead of burdening or benefiting one or two private property owners. Now, what are these types of options? I think the options would be town property or contaminated property. Using contaminated property, a developer would have to clean it up before mixed use or this type of development could be done.
So just to keep calling out one point. For the purposes of this article, the location of the zoning overlay, I'm not going to entertain any changes to that because as written in the warrant, identified those two locations. So anything outside of that is beyond the bounds of the article and can't be brought in.
But since it's identified in the warrant, if I say I don't agree with those two sites, I should be able to come up with...
You can certainly say that, but then it's introducing additional sites is sort of...
Well, let's put it this way. I'm just trying to give examples of what's possible. Okay? So one would be contaminated property where the developer then would have to do something for the town to clean up the property. Another option would be John Scott Boulevard, the former bog area, that's about 70 acres. There you could put in your overlay district, the town controls it. They could either lease it or sell it in the future. And then a final one would be the old Houghton Farm site off Leonard Street, where there's large distribution centers. There's some excess land there, I think, that's still available, but they're not going to tear down those buildings in the near future. So you have kind of the illusion of compliance to still comply if you're afraid of losing grip. So anyways, that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. What's up, Tim?
Can I just interject very briefly? I'll hand you a minor amendment, Mr. Moderator.
Can we get through the folks that are up at the microphone first, and then we'll take yours up?
As long as we handle it before anyone moves the question.
I will keep your placeholder there. Yes, please.
Good evening. Thank you. Thanks. My name is Missy Williams. I guess I'd say my location is Norton Housing Authority at 120 West Main Street. I am the executive director there. I've been there for 11 years, 4 years as executive director. I just want to put out a couple of points to everybody here in Norton. If you oppose this, if we go forward with the MBTA communities, it helps all the elderly and the family units that we have. We have 130 units, elderly and handicap units at 120 West Main Street, and we have 14 at Jacobs Way. We are state funded. We are not federally funded. So if this does not pass, any grants that we have access to, we will not have them. That means all the capital improvement money that we get from the state, that's all we can use, and it's a little bit. So I want you to think of that. Also, again, I'm not a Norton resident, but I feel there's growth, and you need growth. Norton Glen, again, 2033, that's when this development might come available. That means possibly a developer can come in and take over and build more apartments. This isn't gonna happen tomorrow. This is gonna be extended of time. Just think of that. Like I said, you are taken away from people that need help in the state. I don't agree with all the state regulations neither, and I work for the state. But this is very, very important, especially to your elderly that live in Norton, because we won't be able to get the things done without this. Thank you.
Tim, you were threatening to make another amendment, making our night a little bit more challenging.
Do you have to give this in writing to you first, or you want me just to read it and then make it simple?
Yeah, if you could explain, please.
So, because the recodification failed, this amendment is written to add authorization for the town clerk in conjunction with the town manager and town planner to assign appropriate numbering to be consistent with the rest of the zoning bylaw. That's it.
Yep.
So we can make this Article 12 or whatever an existing zoning bylaw. That's all.
Okay, so, thank you, Jill. Okay, so just to make sure that I am explaining it properly, you are adding language that authorizes the town planner and town clerk to issue correct lot numbers to...
No.
No, okay.
The
That's why I asked the
Article
question.
3, which went down earlier.
Yes.
This was listed as in part of Section 9 of the new recodified bylaw. The warrant was printed as if that would pass. So with that not passing, we have to be able to make this number 12 or 13 or whatever it is in the zoning bylaw numbering system only. Does that adequately explain what you were looking to do, Town Council?
Okay.
Just a,
Okay. So we're just renumbering it. The text doesn't change, it's just the format?
The numbering of the bylaw for the existing bylaw, yes.
Okay, so a numbering change. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this amendment to renumber? See none. All in favor of accepting Tim's motion? All opposed? Tim's motion has been accepted. Thank you very much. Back to the main article. Orin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Orin Siegel, 28 Cotting Road. Norton residents initially rejected the MBTA zoning bylaw due to concerns over constitutionality, funding, and potential impact. Since then, back in fall, those concerns have largely been addressed, and I'd just like to go over a couple of them. One was the constitutionality, and I think everybody should be aware that in the case of the AG versus the town of Milton, the Supreme Court did determine that the bylaw was constitutional, the act was constitutional. It went on and said something further than that. It said that the Attorney General could enforce the act beyond just losing grant eligibility, including declaratory and injunctive relief. The AG, in its complaint, as one of its remedies under item G, I think, asked the court, saying as additional remedy, they wanted to include the appointment of a special master to provide a zoning bylaw. Think about that. So we're not talking about losing grant money. We're talking about the Supreme Court has acknowledged that the Attorney General and the state can come in and make a demand to make injunctive relief. And they can come in and pick where we're going to site this property. So it's not just merely losing grant money. And I wasn't even aware of the grant money that was tied to the housing authority. That's huge. Then somebody mentioned unfunded mandates. And yes, the auditor did mention her claim that it may be unfunded mandates to the extent. And I had quoted here from their office. It said, needed more time to calculate the thorough analysis of specific costs involved in the mandate. At a minimum, direct costs exist in developing compliant zoning, which is what we've been doing. And that amount to more than just incidental administration. It's my understanding that CPED has provided that to us at no additional cost to us. So part of that funding really goes to has been reimbursed. And one of the mandates itself says, if the state passes something that has a mandate, the towns and cities can go after the state and get reimbursed for it. So it's not really an issue that really precludes the act itself. It's just really a mechanism by which the towns, if in fact we can establish a cost, we are entitled to go after the state and get reimbursement. And in fact, the exemptions under the mandate include when impose only incidental administrative expenses, or when the stipulation that requires municipal compliance as a condition to a state aid. So I think that's something that's there and it's yet to be resolved. The auditor mentioned it, and certainly she said as it relates to what we've been doing up until now to find out what's compliant, as it's been a nightmare. And I agree, what we saw in the fall was something that really was not something we can deal with. And I've been spending the last couple of months trying to understand it, and I'm trying to get my hands around it, and I think we've moved very far in that regard. I'd just like to take a little bit of time to just clarify some of the locations that we're talking about. Norton Glen, as mentioned, is 150 units. They're 1 acre lots. These buildings were built in 1972. By 2023, they're going to be over 60 years old. They're each on 1 lot sizes. One of the things that's going to happen, they're Section 8. In 2023, there's probably 4 things that can happen to that property. The owners can get an extension of Section 8. Good luck. I don't know whether that's going to be even in the works because the federal government is cutting back on Section 8. It's primarily a state function, but it's going to be more limited. 2, they can go as a non-conforming use, which basically limits them to what they have there now. 3, they can go with a 40B project. Tra-la. Just so everybody knows, right now, we've just authorized 195 Mansfield Avenue. It's in a commercial zone with a minimum requirement of 3 stories. Because it was a 40B, they ended up doing a 5-story building, and their count is 22 units per acre. So basically, it's not a matter of this or nothing. It's a matter if it's nothing, then, and if we use this mechanism, we limit them in terms of the spatial requirements, we limit them in terms of the height of the building. And so that in and of itself should give us a concern for making something happen there that we can live with. And that's not even a matter of living with. That property is at the edge of town. It's really at the border with Easton. Surrounding it, across the street, is an industrial park. It's industrial property. Behind it is a preservation and town land. If you want to have any kind of development at all, that's where you want to put it. And it's perfect for that. And the reality is, if you look at what's there now, they have 150 units. So if you compare it to 274 East Main Street, there's 188 units on 15 acres. Here you have, 25 acres. So basically, you may be able to increase, if it's comparable, maybe by a third. Because right now, all those buildings are 2-story high. So even if they went in and made all those stories 3 stories, you'd be increasing it by a third, maybe 50 units. So I'm just saying, we're looking at stuff, and we're looking at that kind of increase as opposed to what if we did nothing, what would happen? Taking a look at Mansfield Avenue. One of the things, if you're looking at it, they have 16 units that are, well, 10 of them are half an acre. Those are 4 quads. So in a half an acre, if you're using 15 per acre, you're talking about 7 units. So with a 4 quad, maybe they can add 3 units apiece. Maybe 2, maybe 3. You've got 10 of those. You've got another 6 that are 2/3 of an acre that may be able to do a little bit more. So that's the bulk of the areas that really are undeveloped. There's an empty lot now. In that mix, you have the new lot, which is the 195 that just went up. That's 4.5 acres. That's not going anywhere. You have a lot of commercial property on the rest of that site that still won't be affected. And then the last thing I just want to address is the impact on municipal financing. We've mentioned there's a bunch of different towns. There's some of which you could say don't match up with us. There's one that's, where was it? It was in,
I've got the clicker going, it's out there.
okay. Well, no, okay, it's Easton Milton, no, there's another one. Okay, anyway, there's one that's only 12,000 square feet, 12,000, anyway, there are other comparables. But in looking at them, one of the things that's important to look at is A, the revenue from property taxes, vehicle excise taxes, in addition to water and sewer infrastructure. And what all of these communities did collectively is they looked at the incremental cost. We're not going to be hiring a new superintendent. We're not going to be putting on more lights in the building. We're not going to be adding more janitorial, maybe janitorial service. So it's not looking at whatever our cost is now. And even that is reduced by what we get with state funding. It's looking at it as an incremental cost. And that's across the town. There may be additional police, there may be some additional fire. We're not going to be putting up a new fire department. We're not going to be, the increments for the amounts of space we're looking at, it's not, again, as pointed out, there's never going to be 750 in terms of a net increase. So you're looking at less than a 750 increase. And you're looking about what the actual incremental cost across town is going to be.
Can we bring this in for a landing?
Sure.
Thank you.
I would strongly ask this town meeting to endorse this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Julian Kadish, 72 Reservoir Street. For me, this is very straightforward. The original plan had a large area that was undeveloped. People were concerned about what could happen. What is being brought to us is an overlay that is totally developed. Nothing is going to happen. Yes, everybody is speculating about what could be done, but right now, this will satisfy the requirements of the state law, and nothing is going to happen. So I say, vote for this.
Mr. Cameron.
Bob Shaw from 47 John Scott Boulevard.
Oh, sorry.
My understanding is the North Glen is all on septic. So would the town have to be, would the town be liable to have to do the infrastructure if you put in, 750 units? So you're talking about a huge cost to the town of Norton if we're required to do that.
I'll kick that to Mr. Griffin, who's shaking his head violently.
We do not have to build any infrastructure for any development.
Okay, so you're saying that it's there,
I believe the Glen has sewer available, A, but B, we do not need to provide any infrastructure.
they just went through and just redid all the septic systems not that long ago. So if they had it, they didn't choose to use it.
We don't have to pay for any infrastructure.
Okay.
One of the things, another property that looked at as part of this process was the Tweed property off Barrows. And that has an old sewer which wouldn't be suitable. But again, the discussion is, we don't have to pay for any infrastructure for these sites to work. Same as anybody building a house.
Okay, but we have the right to offer up other people's property for these projects?
No, they don't need to sell it. If they don't want to sell, they don't need to sell it.
Okay, but that's what we're doing.
No, we're just providing a zoning change to a zoning overlay to the parcels. So you have a parcel, the existing zoning, the overlay is a choice on top. So a property owner can choose to work with the base zoning, or they can choose to work with the overlay. They get to pick one set of rules in their entirety. They don't get to pick and choose from each of them. But nothing changes for the existing zoning.
And just to make it clear, we have not hit the limit to satisfy the housing requirement from the T?
We are over the state's 10% requirement. This is another requirement for additional housing from the state on top of the 10% requirement tied to 40Bs. So the state has added more housing demand on municipalities through this law.
So with all the new housing, new apartments and everything that we put up?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, that is a...
Does not matter whatsoever.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Lisa Sampson, 90 Newcomb Street. So just to bring light, the MBTA Communities Law provides opportunities for people to live, work, and thrive in walkable neighborhoods closer to transit, more housing closer to places that we go every day, such as local shops, jobs, schools, restaurants, and parks. And this is something that I brought back up before, of the fact that we need more businesses in this town. Better access to work, services, and other destinations by increasing mobility and utilization of public transit. Our public transit is the Route 18 Gatra bus that runs from Attleboro to Taunton, stopping at the post office, Wheaton College, and Chartley Corner. This does not address the needs for Mansfield Ave or Norton Glen. With this law, it's supposed to reduce reliance on single occupancy vehicles, which helps in our larger effort to confront the climate crisis, reduce our region's traffic congestion, and make our roads safer and air cleaner. And it's supposed to be located not more than a half a mile from the commuter rail or bus station if applicable. Again, neither of these situations happen. Meaning there's no Gatra bus near Mansfield Ave or Norton Glen, therefore it's going to increase the number of single vehicles on the road. I'd like to know how many kids are actually living in Norton Glen, because you say that there's only 29 school-age children living at the 188 units. With that average rent at Avena being $2,479 to $2,855 a month, while according to my very quick search, the housing units in Norton, the median mortgage is between $476,000 to $550,000, with a median mortgage of $2,600 and a median rent of $1,986. So already 274 East Main Street is surpassing those amounts. And if 188 units at East Main and 29 kids, my question is, you had said that we were not going to have 750 additional units, which is what 50 times 15 is. How many exactly are we looking at? Because if we were to treat it proportionally, if it were 750 units, we would be looking at 116 kids. And I know you're saying it doesn't impact our students, but Norton Glen is going to surpass what LG North can hold. And being a district that has built multiple affording being in a district, I teach in a district that we've built multiple affording housing units, we see those booms. You're comparing again rent that is $2,600 to $2,800 a month. That's why there's only 29 kids, because I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to afford a kid and an apartment versus living in Norton Glen. There's one bus alone for the LG that services 285 East Main Street, which is some apartments, 337 East Main Street, and the 3 Norton Glen stops. That's one bus which seats 48 to 72 kids, and that's just for the elementary school. So again, you're saying it's not going to put a huge strain on our infrastructure, but if a good chunk of those kids are going to be going to LG, it is Little School Big Heart. I was a student at LG. I was also here when we had to close LG and get shipped over to the JCS until we found the money again to reopen. We lost a lot of teachers, and they realized that you couldn't put up the cardboard dividers between the classrooms. But that's the thing. Where are you going to put those students? Because when my son was there last year, there were 25 kids in a class. So where are we going to put those kids? Because again, if you're looking at increasing the population in Norton Glen, regardless if it's now or if it's 10 years down the road, the population is going to continue to increase. I'm having the same issue in the district that I'm looking at. I'm looking at 240 income 6th grade students. And I'm looking at an average of 27 kids per class. Teaching math, it's not doable. So I do not want to lose money towards our elderly. I've lived here my entire life. I do not want that to happen. But at the same time, we need to think big picture of how are we going to support all of this? We need to think infrastructure. I know you're saying it's not going to affect it, but it will have an impact. Thank you.
Just to share, put the net impacts in terms of net new units based on raise everything to the ground, build it new up here on the screen. So the net potential impact in the Glen, again, make it dirt and build it from scratch, is 193 additional units. How many kids come out of those units? I can't say. Mansfield Ave, the net impact is 277. One of the things that we did do with this district after listening to feedback from the last round was split the district between the two elementary school districts. So that was one of the steps that we took after the last meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Mark Sweeney, 14 Laurel Lane. It's pretty simple. 750 new apartments that are geared toward young families. You're going to flood the schools. You've already got 2 teachers that have spoken about their classroom sizes. It's going to flood the schools. And if you live in East Main, oh, by the way, if you vote yes, your clock is ticking. So you're going to be displaced. Wingate's going to come in there and they're going to tear it all down and put in apartments that look just like East Main. They can do it now. They have no more requirement to do 40Bs. So if you live in the Glen right now, if you vote yes, we vote yes as a town, the clock is ticking for you. So right now, vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Sills.
I was going to try to keep quiet tonight, but I got to say a thing or two. Every week, as my friend on the planning board knows, there's developers coming by droves, like a train station there with even more and more apartments, far exceeding what you see here at 750. When you take into account all the developments that are coming down the pike, whether they're approved or not, you're talking thousands of apartments. Did anybody move to Norton because they wanted a city-like feel? Does anybody like how Brockton looks, or Fall River, or anything like that? Is that what we came here for? Many of us moved to the suburbs to live in the suburbs, to not sit in traffic. But I get through good schools, not overcrowded schools. Furthermore, on the financial aspect of this, because I do volunteer on the finance committee, we have very little commercial space available in town. One of the last places that's left is Mansfield Avenue, Route 140. And now instead of putting restaurants and shops down there, we want to stack up apartments. That's what we want to do. This is the best we can do. And furthermore, on the financial aspect, in the presentation that was presented here today, we cited studies from Easton and Mansfield, of all places. One town failed to pass a 2.5 override last week for $2.5 million. The other one's going for $8 million override tomorrow. Let's not take advice from our broke neighbors. Thank you.
How about now, Jack? Nick Schleicher, 40 Northwestern. Can I move the question?
That's you, Nick.
Second.
Okay, so we have moved the question after extensive discussion on that article. Again, 2/3 to move the question right to the vote. All those in favor of moving the question and moving to the vote? That's pretty clear. All opposed? All right, we move right to the vote on this question. All right, hey, it's 10:30, we're getting punchy. Let's try to stick with it. All those in favor of Article 17 as printed and amended by Tim's renumbering, please raise your cards. Okay, opposed? All right, we're gonna do a standing vote again, so we can get the gang back together.
Can I request a mail-in vote?
Okie dokie. All those in favor of Article 17 as presented and amended by Tim, please stand to be counted.
Simon says, stand.
What? Yeah. 20. If it's Wednesday, I won't see you. Yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. I'll be back. I've been here for 10 years. I haven't been involved, and I really feel pretty bad in the area. I was in Walpole and I took a break. Now, what made me get moved here? I got divorced. Foreclosure. Bought a foreclosure. My condo in Northport here. a lot of things in the government have kind of made me think I gotta be more active. I was for a very long time.
Ruth, how are you looking? Good? All right, you may be seated. Now, all opposed can stand. Please be seated. All right, thank you for that. So this article requires a majority to pass. So we have 194 yes and 106 no, so Article 17 passes. All right, and now we go back to our regular order, which I think we left off on Article 4. Article 4. Article 4 is declared lost for lack of a motion. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to approve Article 5 as printed in the May 19, 2025 Annual Town Meeting warrant.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for Article 5. I have a new mic, so let me get used to my adjustment here. Mike, if you could take a moment to explain this one for us.
Point of order on that last article?
Yes. It is a majority because it is as right. I confirmed that with Attorney Fair before we tabulated everything. So 194 yes. Attorney Fair, if you could speak to why that was a majority versus a 2/3.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, because the use is allowed as of right, it's only a simple majority vote.
Is that the whole property?
I believe that's for the article in general, so it would be applicable to both. So, and again, for anyone curious, the number is 194 yes, 106 no. All right, so we're on to Article 5. Mike? I am not smart enough to explain the difference between the two, so I trust our legal counsel to explain that, and he says by right, so. Right. Yes, Ralph? I don't know if I did, but I said it was majority before we announced the vote, and it's printed as majority in my motions. Okay. Mike, Article 5.
This article will create a new position that will be in the Council on Aging, Human Resource area. As you know, the senior population in Norton is the largest growing population in town. And at the senior center, they not only work with the elderly population, but also there's a lot of human services that are provided at that location. And the work is intense and it's important, and this would add another position at the senior center.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions on Article 5 as presented in the warrant? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 5 as presented, raise your hand. Opposed? Article 5 passes by majority vote. Article 6.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move that the total amount of $5,079,563 be appropriated for the operation of the water enterprise for fiscal year 2026, with $4,619,742 from water enterprise receipts, including but not limited to user charges, lease revenue, interest, permits, anticipated receipts, and miscellaneous revenues, and $459,821 from retained earnings, all to be expended as follows: $1,293,072 for personnel services, $1,343,000 for other charges and expenditures, $1,848,684 for debt services, and $594,807 for indirect costs charged to enterprise fund from general fund and raised under Article 8, for a total for fiscal year 2026 of $5,079,563.
Second, guys. Okay, we have a motion and a second for Article 6. Mike, I believe this is just the operating for water? Yes. So any questions on Article 6 as presented? Seeing none, this is a majority vote. All in favor of Article 6 as presented, please raise your hand. Opposed? Article 6 passes by majority vote. Yes. All right, so we have a motion to reconsider. Second. Article 17. Yep. It has been 3 articles because we had at least one with no action. Okay, so the way reconsideration works, if the motion to reconsider fails, the article is closed, the result is set. If you vote to reconsider the article, it opens back up, more discussion, and then there is a revote. Everybody clear on that? Okay. So all those in favor of reconsidering Article 17 and reopening discussion, please raise your hand. Okay. All opposed? Motion to reconsider Article 17 fails. All right. Article 7.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move that the total amount of $2,377,883.
I know we got some folks leaving, but if we could try to keep the chatter to a minimum as we do so. Thank you. Please continue.
I move that the total amount of $2,377,883 be appropriated for the operation of the sewer enterprise for fiscal year 2026, with $2,205,248 from sewer enterprise receipts, including but not limited to user charges, fees, charges, interest, permits, betterments, and miscellaneous revenues, $80,000 from the West Main Street Betterment account, and $92,635 from retained earnings, all to be expended as follows. $398,471 for personnel services, $1,415,250 for other charges and expenditures, $395,640 for debt services, $168,522 for indirect costs charged to enterprise fund from general fund and raised under Article 8, for a total for fiscal year 2026 for sewer for $2,377,883.
Second. Okay, motion and a second for Article 7. So this appears to be for the operating expenses. Sorry, how's that? Better? All right, this is the operating expenses for the sewer services of town. Correct, Mike? I see you nod. Any questions on Article 7? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 7 as presented? All opposed? Article 7 passes by majority votes. Article 8.
Mr. Moderator.
Hold on, we have somebody there.
I'd like to move to reconsider Article 3.
All right, we have a motion to reconsider Article 3. Same rules. We have a second. All right. So I think we remember what reconsideration means. We say yes, we open discussion again. We say no, it stays closed. All those in favor of reconsidering Article 3, please raise your hand. All opposed? Pardon me, Attorney Fair, is this a 2/3 or a majority? Majority? Majority, all right. Oh, boy. All right, let's gang the troops up, it's gonna be close. All right, you put your hands down. One more standing vote for the night. So this is to reconsider Article 3, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was the zoning recodification. Okay. So fun fact, everybody, Ruth Schneider, who is sort of the ringleader of our Helper Circus tonight, is amazing and has done so much good for the town as a poll worker and a volunteer and many, many things that I couldn't do. And I believe she was recognized with the dedication of this year's annual town report, which is very well done. But now we're making her work for it. All right, we're ready to go. Okay, all in favor of reconsidering Article 3, zoning recodification, please stand. Okay, please be seated. Okay. All right, all opposed to reconsidering Article 3, please rise. Please be seated. Sorry. All right, as a reminder, requires a simple majority to open the article for reconsideration. Yes, 87, no, 91. Motion to reconsider fails. Article 3 stays as is. All right. So I know we're getting close to the end. I'd like to try to power through and see if we can wrap this up. We get the big budget article next, and then everything else hopefully goes smoothly. Yeah? All right. Article 8.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the total amount of $78,220,342 be appropriated to fund the FY26 operating budget, all as presented in the Finance Committee's recommendation in the column entitled FY 2026 Finance Committee Recommendation, and as funding therefore raise and appropriate $73,531,708, raised from water receipts $594,807, raised from sewer receipts $168,522, and transferred $3,925,305 as recommended by the Finance Committee under Article 8 of the May 19, 2025 Annual Town Meeting warrant.
Second. Motion and a second. So Chris will do what we've normally done, we'll go kind of page by page. If you have any questions about what's on there, please throw a hand up and we'll pause. Okay? All right. Page 1. I see no. Move on. Page 2. Okay, page 3. Somebody's running. I don't know if she's got to go to the bathroom or go to the microphone. Hi, Bonnie.
Hi, Jack. Bonnie Yazinkevich, 117 North Worcester. Can I make a suggestion that you read the top number for the department? So Southeast Regional would be 176, and then say Emergency Medical Services to 230, so everybody knows which page we're on, because the pages aren't numbered, and we're going to lose track of which page we're on. Thank you.
Wonderful idea. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to 1. Why not? All right. So, page 1 starts with Select Board 122. All right, next page. Legal Services 151. See nothing. Next page. Southeastern Regional Planning and Economic Development, 176. Next page. Emergency Planning, 240. Southeast Regional Location, 306. Okay, next page. Public Health Nurse, 522. Next page. Historical District Commission, 693. Okay, I believe that brings us to the end. So seeing no questions on Article 8, we'll move to the vote. This is a 2/3 majority article. So all in favor of approving Article 8 as presented in the warrant, please raise your hand. Opposed? Article 8 passes by majority vote. By 2/3 majority. Article 9. Article 9. Article 9 is declared lost for lack of a motion. Article 10.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move that the town appropriate the total sum of $2,509,238 for the purchase or lease for periods of time up to or in excess of 3 years with an option to purchase and equip the new and/or replacement capital items or for capital projects for various town departments, and for the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, for the purposes and in amounts set forth in the Finance Committee's recommendations and the chart accompanying same as printed under Article 10 of the May 19th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant, and to meet said appropriation to transfer $427,438 from the capital improvements account, $964,800 from the ambulance reserve fund, $201,000 from the water enterprise retained earnings, $276,000 from the sewer enterprise retained earnings, and by authorizing the treasurer with the approval of the select board to borrow the amount of $640,000 pursuant to general law, chapter 44, section 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore.
Second. Motion is second. Chris, if you could bring up that chart. Mike, do you want to speak to any of these items here? You want to say anything there?
So this is just on the capital items for this year. As you can see, the items that were approved were $35,000 for replacement of end-of-life equipment in the data processing department. For the police department, the 2 cruisers and 21,000 electronic weapons. That's a 5-year program. Fire department turnout gear, pumper tower replacement. This is year 2 of 5 for this program. And also station rehab, $300,000. Replace the van for the animal control officer. And then in public schools, replacement of fire device mitigation at the Norton Middle School, and indoor carpet at the LGN, and tech displays at the Norton High School. And for the highway department, it's year 5 of 5 for a Peterbilt dump truck, and also a roof project, $640,000 for a roof at the high school. And the sewer department, a Ford Explorer, that's split 26,000 sewer and 26,000 in water. And also $250,000 for the Cobb Street sewer station work, and also underwater $175,000 for water meter and transmitted radio boxes that need to be upgraded. And the water, the items for the water department come from the water surplus retained earnings, $201,000, and sewer from the sewer department, the sewer retained earnings, $276,000. We'll be borrowing $640,000 for the roof at the highway department, and we'll also be using $964,800 out of the ambulance reserve account for the items for in the fire department, and also capital $427,438.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions on Article 10 as presented and shown on the screen? Seeing none, this is a 2/3 majority article. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Article 10 passes by 2/3 majority vote. Article 11.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to approve Article 11 as printed in the May 19th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
Mike, if you could explain what a pilot agreement is, that would probably be much appreciated.
I'll explain, and Denise will come up and correct me if I'm wrong. So solar, this is for a solar facility that's on Hill Street, up by the corner of South Washington. And solar facilities are exempt from payment of taxes. So this is an agreement that Denise has worked a number of years to get with this developer at this site. And this will pay the town $15,000 a year as a payment in lieu of taxes. So I want to thank Denise for the effort she made to get that far.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Griffin?
10 Griffin, 169 John Scott Boulevard. Just a point of clarification for the town manager. This is an existing solar project that is already in existence. It is not a new solar project.
I see him nodding. Sorry, I'm eating a snack. All right, any questions on Article 11? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 11 as presented, please raise. All opposed. Article 11 passes by majority vote. Article 12. Article 12. Article 12 is declared lost for lack of a motion. Article 13.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to approve Article 13 as printed in the May 19, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second. All right, motion and second. Mike?
So these are revolving funds that we've had. The only difference this year is the recycling revolving fund was increased from 20,000 to 40,000. All these funds, this is money that is from fees. No tax money is involved here. So the recycling fund, disposing of mattresses has become really expensive. It's really driven up their costs. So this will enable them to expend $40,000 a year out of the fund to get rid of recyclable items and mattresses.
All right, thank you. Any questions on Article 13? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 13? All opposed? Article 13 passes by majority vote. Article 14.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13D, establishing a reserve fund for future payment of accrued liabilities for compensated absences due to any employee or officer of the town upon termination of employment from which appropriations may be made by the town manager and town accountant, and to transfer to this newly created fund the available balances in the amounts and from the accounts recommended by the Finance Committee under Article 14 of the May 19, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second. Motion and a second. Mike, you want to do your thing? We're in the home stretch, gang. Stick with us.
This was a recommendation of our auditors the last time they did the audit, and this is for payouts to employees that retire that may have vacation that we owe them, sick leave buyback. Right now, the town's estimated liability is $2.7 million, so this would, we also mentioned this to Standard & Poor's on our call last week, that this was an article that was coming up tonight. It was a positive with them that we're looking, similar to what we do with OPEB, put money aside so that we have it to fund these items.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions on this article? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 14? Opposed? Article 14 passes by majority vote. Article 15.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court for special legislation as follows: to authorize payment in the amount of $34,001 to Ryan Asphalt Paving, LLC, for work performed in connection with a driveway pavement project at the Timothy Plain Cemetery, notwithstanding non-compliance with applicable procurement and competitive bidding requirements for completion of the project, and further to authorize the General Court to make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill unless the Select Board approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the General Court, and to authorize the Select Board to approve amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives and General Court assembled, and by the authority of the same as follows. Section 1, the Treasurer of the Town of Norton may pay the sums appropriated unpaid bills incurred by the town in the amount of $34,001 to Ryan Asphalt Paving, LLC, for the work performed in connection with the driveway pavement projects at the Timothy Plain Cemetery, notwithstanding the failure of the town to comply with laws relative to procurement and competitive bidding in the awarding of the contracts for completion of the work. Section 2, this act shall take effect upon its passage.
Second. Thank you. Motion and a second. Mike?
Thank you. So the funding for this is in the cemetery gift account, and the issue is that there were 3 quotes received prior to the work being done, and the lowest was chosen. But when the town accountant was presented with the invoice, the issue came up that the work exceeded the threshold and it required an advertised bidding process that wasn't done. So this, we contacted Copeland and Page, and they had done this special legislation before in other communities, and they suggested this was the way to go so that this contractor can get paid for the work that he's done.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Any questions on Article 15? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Article 15 passes by majority vote. Article 16.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to transfer the amount of $5,000 from free cash and approve Article 16 as printed in the May 19th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second. All right, Mike, of course. Only one more time after this. You're going to miss it.
This is for work at the pavilion at the Everett Leonard Park, painting and replacement of some rotted boards in the facility. Did I get that right? Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions on Article 16? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Article 16 passes by majority vote. Anybody want to rehash Article 17? No, I didn't think so. Article 18.
Mr. Moderator,
Madam Chair.
I move to transfer the amount of $3,000 from free cash for the purposes set forth in Article 18 of the May 19th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second. All right, motion and a second. Mike, for the last time in your Norton Town Manager career, please step to the microphone.
This is money used by the highway department to dispose of items that they pick up on the side of the road that people dump.
All right, going out with a bang. All in favor? All opposed? Article 18 passes by the majority vote. Can I have a motion to adjourn this meeting? Can I have, we got a motion and a second. Thank you very much for coming. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, here we go. Thanks, everybody.